Gonna wait for people to come in. If you are here, please do not be afraid to announce yourself. We're just going to wait for a while, let people come in, because I don't want to talk to the void. Nietzsche warns us that when we look into the void, it looks back at us, and I don't mind that, but I'm not sure I'm ready for the void right now, so... Again, don't be afraid to announce yourself if you're here. And for those of you who are here, this is just going to be a stream where we are talking, we're chatting around. Nothing too serious, unless you guys want to take it that way. Essentially, this stream is going to be what you guys want it to be. If you guys want this to be a serious stream, it'll be a serious stream. If you want it to just be lighthearted and fun, let's go with it, man. So, for those of you who are here, I only see 2 people right now. This stream will be whatever you make it. I just want to chat with you guys, get to know what you guys are doing and things like that. So, yep. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Estestico. How are you doing, my friend? I hope I'm saying that correctly. I don't think I am, but I hope I am saying that correctly. How are you doing, my friend? How are you? How's life? How's existence going? Or I should probably say, how is your relation to existence going? Because existence is an enduring constant, I think. Not to get a little bit too meta, but yeah, well, I won't go that deep right now. I'll wait. I will wait. Sean, how are you, Sean? How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Music and the countdown timer. Yeah. I should probably do that eventually. It probably is gonna bring more people. Have them sit in the room, for a while to wait for me. But yeah, I'll do that eventually. Thank you for the advice, Sigmund. Estetico. Wait, hold on. It's aesthetic in Italian. Oh, okay. An Italian guy. That's awesome. An Italian person. I'm not sure if you're a guy or girl. Italian person. That's awesome. Are you in Italy? Are you like an expat into one of the other Western countries, or what's the story with that? But I mean, we've begun the stream right now, and I'm about to bring in one of my good friends. We're gonna have a conversation about things. About to bring him in a few seconds, actually. I just want to make sure that we have people here first. He is on the line and he is waiting, and he's a YouTuber himself, so I encourage you guys to go follow him as well. If you like my stuff, you will love his stuff. You will adore his stuff, I promise you. I think you should adore his stuff. Not sure what your reaction will be to his stuff, but I think you should adore it. If you have any good sense. L.J. McDowell. Hello, Mr. McDowell. How are you? The eyes are a little bit curious. Are the eyes like I'm not going to think too deep into it. El Salvador. Wow. Wow. So you're actually in El Salvador right now. My goodness. Or are you from it or whatever. Wherever you are, I mean, El Salvador, that's a country that has suffered a lot from the ills that tend to be endemic to Latin American countries. What's been your experience as someone who came from that place? Have you had much interaction with the place and the culture at all? What's your opinion on what can be done to help the country, during its period of turbulence that it's enduring right now? And of course, a lot of Latin American countries are enduring the same kind of turbulence, whether it's the paramilitary groups across the continent blowing things up, trying to depose governments. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah. Latin America is profoundly interesting to me because I think that Latin America is a study where it's a study of what happens when militant activism, birthed from a Marxian paradigm, meets reality. It's sort of the bridge, the intersection between activism and action, or ideas and activism. And funnily enough, a lot of critical theory fields pride themselves on being the point where activism meets academia, where academia meets the world. It's a sort of pipeline. One of the most interesting. Okay, interesting. All right, Carson, are you there? Carson's the
yes.
Carson, how you doing, buddy? How you doing?
Good. How are you doing? Good.
I'm all right. For those of you who do not know, Carson is a friend of mine. I'm not sure I can say what his duty, what his duty is generally. He'll tell you if he wants to. I'm not sure if I can tell. I'm not sure.
You can. I don't mind.
Okay. Well, Carson, the graphics you see on my videos, everything that you see that makes my videos look aesthetically appealing comes from Carson's mind. Carson is the person who helps me bring aesthetically appealing content to you guys. A few months ago, why are you laughing? It's the truth.
I try. I don't always do the best, but I try.
I think you do wonderful. I think you do wonderful. A few months ago, I think I really began this YouTube journey about 5 months ago, I think. In fact, if you guys want me to, I will react to one of my old videos on the stream. Like, if you want me to. I'm not someone who does that typically, because I tend to always look forward. But I think that the past can inform your future. It can inform what you should do, if only to avoid the mistakes of your past. If only to avoid not the mistakes, but the shortfallings, the things that may have birthed a result, but did not get the result that was necessary for you to continue in a positive direction. So, if you guys want me to, I will happily react to one of my older videos on the stream. Happily. And Magnus, hello. How are you, buddy? It's good to see you. It's good to see you, man. Good to see you, Magnus. Good. And look, I have told you this. There's a reason why Cuba right now refuses to let its people have unrestricted access to the internet. There's a reason why China has filters all across the internet. Totalitarian regimes cannot subsist in the face of decentralized information. Because the totalitarian regime is predicated upon a linguistic falsehood, and that falsehood is that there is a single amount of information that is necessary for an individual to exist in life. And they phrase our ontological existence around their tyrannical frameworks. They phrase that. When you can control the language, and you can control things by force, and you can control the stream of information, you are limiting the amount of concepts that people have access to. I can only operate in this role with the concepts that I have access to. Now, some concepts, I would argue, are inherent to my being, even if I'm ignorant of them. Liberty, as a concept, is inherent to my being, even if I'm ignorant of it. Because guess what? The mere act of me talking right now validates liberty. Isn't that right, Carson? Or do you agree, Carson? Do you agree?
Oh, yeah, I agree completely on that.
Precisely. So, liberty is something that animates my existence. The concept of liberty is ubiquitous. It's ever present. Even if people try to take it away, no one can squash your liberty truly without killing you. If they don't kill you, liberty remains constant. So some concepts, my friends, are enduring and endemic to the very fact of me existing. Other concepts, however, have to be learned. And even the concepts that may be endemic to how I exist, watch this, even the concepts that may be endemic to how I exist, they may have outgrowths and offshoots and results that I still have to learn. So how does this relate to totalitarianism? When you can limit the amount of concepts someone has, you can make them think that the natural liberty they have, this ontological freedom which flows through the example of their humanity, you can make them think that it is something that it is not. You can give them an obfuscated illusion of the world. And when you've entrapped someone into an illusion of the world, what happens? You control how they see the world. But when those paradigms are smashed, when they are shattered, when they are broken by revelation. Because reason, my friends, reason can only help us get so far. I love reason. I think it's wonderful. But if you have a limited amount of concepts that you can reason from, reason's not going to be the thing that you need at the moment. You need more concepts. So there's a revelatory factor that comes in, smashes deceit, smashes falsehood, gives you an awakening. A majority of people in this world need an awakening. They need an ontological awakening. They need a revelatory awakening. People need an awakening. Now the question is, how does that happen? It's different and differs by context. So, that's my sermon for the day. What do you think about this, Carson? Come on, talk to me.
Yeah. I mean, I agree completely, because that's the thing, is the playing field we operate on heavily limits our, basically, understanding of the complete playing field. It's similar to, like, a kind of a fog of war concept. I don't know if you know what that is, but
what is that?
It's basically where, let's say if you're in a war or something, you don't have access to all the information. So you're only operating on the fronts on which you see. You can only operate with the information you have.
Precisely.
Whereas, like, and this is an important lesson which I have learned, is that anyone who compares, let's say, life to a game, right? It's a fundamentally flawed comparison.
Oh,
for
when someone ever
hold
on, back up. I'm sorry. But when someone says life is a game, I want to punch them out. I'm sorry. I want to violate the non-aggression principle. Excuse me for saying that. But when someone says life is a game, I want to get violent. Because they are reducing the fullness of their humanity to a ordered sequence, a deterministic ordered sequence by which they reach one end. My friends, life is not about reaching one end. Life is about going through a journey, a maze of self-discovery. Then when you have that information, going through another journey of maze, then when you have that information, going through another. Life is a perpetual process of discovery. Well, I want to be happy. Well, guess what, man? There are going to be times in your life where you are miserable as hell. And that misery can inform your greatness. That misery can inform your revelatory experience. That misery can inform things that are going to take you to the next level. So, I don't want to hear that life is a game, because that suggests that life is an ordered process that will ultimately reach a certain end. And that's not true. Well, Christian, don't we all go to death? Well, hold on. Death is not life. I don't want to say that death is the absence of life, because that's not true. There are things that are absent of life that are not dead. A rock is not alive. Does it mean a rock's dead? No. It never lived in the first place. You have to have the precondition of living to live in the first place. But what it simply means is that the only end that life really has, and when I say end, I mean goal, is going to be, I think, contextualized, dependent on your experience. A lot of philosophies like to say, like Aristotle says that the end goal of life is eudaimonia, it's flourishing. You sure about that? Because there are times in life where we will not flourish, and in those moments we will learn the most that we've ever learned in our life. Hedonists will say the end of life is pleasure. You sure about that? You're going to sulk in your sort of primal instincts, and let those things guide you for the rest of your existence. You sure about that? Okay, you like to feel good. What about things that you cannot necessarily feel? There are some things in life that are not going to be immediately apparent to our perceptions, and that we may, and there are even some things in life that may not necessarily feel pleasurable, but actually bring us a lot of benefit in terms of awakening our knowledge. So you can't say life is a game. You can't say that life has X end or the other end, because guess what? That reduces life to a process, to an ordered process. And life is not an ordered, manicured process. Life is a funky, dirty, filthy journey with grime and dirt and suffering that ultimately leads us to divine conclusions, I think, or can lead you to divine conclusions. So, sorry, that's my sermon. You go on, Carson. My apologies.
Oh no, exactly. That's actually exactly what I was gonna say. Is because that's the thing about life is it can't be determined necessarily by a set standard of rules. It can't be determined, by, like, as a game would, these rules, because life is always happening, and life is the scope of life, at least we probably never will, but we haven't yet discovered the full scope of life and all the mysteries which it holds. So in order to understand life, we have to basically open our playing fields and just learn more and more and more.
Precisely.
And have more to base our basically understanding off of.
Right, precisely. But I want to be careful when we say that life's not about rules, because I agree, life is not about this, again, manicured order but I do think that there are constants and there are principles in the universe that should inform what life should look like. For example, the axiom of non-aggression. It's always wrong to aggress against someone's body and their property. Always. I don't care what the cause is for. I don't care what you claim. It is always wrong to exert aggression upon someone unless they did that to you first. It is always wrong. It is always wrong to act in absence of consent. That is always wrong. That's not determined by context, by situations. No, it is an axiom. It is always wrong. So, there are certain constants in life.
Oh, exactly.
Because some people, and Aristotelians are kind of very bad at this. They're like, well, hold on, Chris, you can't have these broad rules or these rigid rules, because guess what? What if a context depends on this and that? No. Any moral system must be consistent. If it's not consistent, I argue it's not a coherent moral system. That's my opinion.
Precisely. It's kind of like let's say the law of gravity, right? Mm-hmm. It exists.
Mm-hmm.
It always exists.
Right.
Now in space, we can't feel it, but it still exists.
Right.
It does not change just because people say, "Oh, I want it to change in this situation, or here or here." And that's something I have a problem with a lot of times when when I'm arguing with more, I would say, centrist people who fall more into the centrist category, is they'll say, well, theft is okay in this situation, or this is okay in this situation, right? And I'm sitting there, and it's like, no, you can't just say because you want it to be okay, it is.
Right.
You can't just decide suddenly on some whim that because you think it's okay to do this, because you want it, you can have it. That is how democracy works, and that is how, theft works. It's disgusting.
And eventually this kind of thinking unravels itself, because it'll always contradict itself in other circumstances. You can't.
Oh, exactly.
You can't have a consistent line of thinking that says, okay, Theft is wrong here, but it's wrong there, because the question is, okay, what moral metric are you evaluating the wrongness of theft by if you're making exceptions for it? Is it utilitarianism? If so, then how do we identify what happiness is? So eventually, this line of reasoning contradicts itself eventually. Okay, I've been neglecting the chat. I am so sorry, guys. I love you for being here. Thank you so much. I love you guys so much. Let me read some of the chat. Let me go up here. When I get on my sermons, man, I shouldn't call them sermons. I'm not a pastor. Nothing about me is a pastor. I'm too... Whew, if I was a pastor, man, my congregation would be going to hell. My congregation would be going straight to hell. Oh, Lord have mercy. Okay. I shouldn't say that either. That's wrong. Okay, I have a question. How can you identify accurate statistics from biased ones? For example, how many people use a statistic? Okay, so I think, a few things here. Number one, you have to look at sampling size. Because oftentimes what happens is people will try to take statistics and use them to establish broad general truths. But that's going to be problematic if you have a very narrow or biased or a very narrow or confined sampling size that may reflect what happens in a particular area or what happens with a particular group of people in that area, and not actually the situation that may happen to people of that particular characteristic generally. So, for example, if you have a sampling size of 400, let me be very, very, let me just throw out a number, 400 black youth in a particular area in Detroit, and you go to south side of Detroit, you say, okay, look, here, black youth are 10 times more likely to be incarcerated than white youth. Okay, what are the factors that may contribute to that? Is it because they're black? This is just our second problem. The second problem is the fact that these stats tend to give credence to race as a cause of these disparities rather than looking at other situations. Thomas Sowell talks about this extensively in Discrimination and Disparities in his other books as well. So you just really look at how statistics are structured, look at their sampling size. But here's what you also do. You can't understand people. This is going to be a controversial statement. You can't understand people entirely through statistics. You can't understand people entirely through statistics. You can't. Rose Lane, one of my favorite political theorists, Rose Lane, had a brilliant section about this in her book on liberty. In fact, I'm going to read this to you guys. Not on liberty. No, not on liberty. Give me liberty. That's her book. Sorry, On Liberty is John Stuart Mill. I'm getting that mixed up. Okay, so you can't understand human beings through statistics. I don't believe you can. Because we are much more complex than what can be collapsed into a coarse-grained chart. We are much more complex than what can be collapsed into a trend. Stats measure trends. The best ones measure trends over time, but they measure trends. And human beings are more than just trends. Human activity is an incredibly dynamic and vivacious entity, vivacious quality that will differ from time to time, from area to area. So I don't believe that stats are the end-all, be-all of understanding human interaction. In fact, I think, and this is going to be a controversial statement, I think stats are an inferior way of understanding the human condition. Because of what I just mentioned. They are static estimations of dynamic, vivacious, differing creatures. That's not to say that stats are useless. They're not. They can help us understand things generally. But stats in and of themselves are largely inferior ways of capturing human action. There's a reason why a lot of microeconomists, particularly Austrian economists, say human action is just so incalculable that central planning cannot work, and I agree with that. And we can extend that same thinking over to stats as well, as used in the social sciences. So let me read this from Rose Lane here. Rose Lane had this to say about using stats. You ready, Carson? And I want your opinion on this too, Carson, by the way.
Yes. Let's
okay, guys. Rosewood Lane, one of my favorite political theorists, had this to say about using stats. Okay, am I good? Okay. She said this. She said, "We look too much at charts and statistics. We would learn more by looking at America." Oh, so hold on. Already we see, for Rose Witter Lane, the theorist, there is a distinction between America, between what happens in reality, and between what is captured on charts and stats. So we have to keep this ontological distinction here constant. If there is a world of theory, which simply means a realm in which things are measured by theoretical methods, whether it be thought experiments, whether it be charts and stats, that world should be understood as interacting with, but separate from, the material grime of the real world. She goes on to say, oddly enough, statistics only appear in times of agitation and distraction. Now, I'm not sure about that. Carson, what do you think about that? I'm not sure about that. I think stats can appear in other times, too. But what do you think, though, Carson?
Yeah, I mean, I do think they can appear in other times. I would say that they could potentially be more common in those times.
Yeah,
but...
yeah. I think that she should have said that. That's probably a little bit of an eloquent way of saying that. But let's go on. Their function would appear to be that of omens of worse to come. Again, so I reject her premise. I don't think that they only appear in times of distress, but I think that they are more common, yes. We seem to have a morbid taste for them, like that of children for ghost stories that raise the hair. You know, she's right. We do have a morbid taste for stats. Why do you think most videos on the internet of politics are, I own this person with logic and reason? With logic and facts or whatever the hell, because we have a morbid taste for that physical, number, objectivity kind of stuff. We have a morbid taste for that kind of crap. We are driven by it. We adore it. It's a sort of cannibalistic desire we have to see other human beings shut down with an academic paper. The American air has not been so full of fragmentary statistics since the Panic of 1893. Now, for you guys who don't know, this was written in 1937. I think that we are plentiful of fragmentary stats in the common world right now. I read again, for instance, that less than 10% of our population own more than 90% of the wealth. This alarmed me in 1893. Okay, don't you hear this stat right now? 1% of the population owns 90%. Don't you hear this stat right now? Bernie Sanders says it. Elizabeth Warren says it. Almost every progressive wonderkind is going to shove this down your throat. And Rose Lane's going to tell us why that's a nonsense. She goes on to say, I read also that 100 years ago, 80% of our population owned property, and that today the percentage is 23. Such an expropriation, if it has occurred, is alarming, but it seems to me even more alarming that many American minds accept this statement as true upon no better proof than that they have read it, and from it conclude, first, that something must be done. Again, this is where reason meets action in the minds of certain people. For progressives, when they see these stats, instead of actually questioning them most of the time, instead of actually digging deep into them, they will tout these stats as if they are gospel truth. This sort of complacency and servility to the scientific method, or to the appearance of the scientific method, to the appearance of objectivity, is what Rose Lane is talking about right here. She's talking about this, and this is still a constant problem in American society. And second, so after they conclude that things must be done, and second, that the proper thing to do is to take ownership away from individuals and have property administered by the state, which means by autocratic rulers giving orders through an enormous bureaucracy. So, you conclude, you begin, okay, this stat says this. Okay, this is wrong. Okay, let's do this to fix this wrong. There's a sort of inverted premise here. It begins with the stat, but not with your moral argument, and tries to deduce a moral argument from a statistic. Although it tends to help better if you begin with the moral argument, then go to the stat. Or, better yet, if you just look at the stat in isolation and don't look at a moral argument until you understand the stat. But But most people don't want to do that. Most people want to see the stat and deduce a moral argument from a stat. That's a backwards way of reasoning. But Rose Lane is saying, no, this is what happens, guys. This is what happens. So she goes on to break this idea. When I look at America, I do not see that more than 3 citizens in 4 are destitute of property. What I see is that the terms of property have changed. I suspect that if any trained statistician would state that nearly 4 in 5 of us own no property, he would be speaking of forms of property known as real property 100 years ago. Fewer men own farms because better transportation and refrigerator cars have made it possible to deliver good food to large populations in cities, and because improved farm machinery makes large acreages inevitable. Fewer men own houses because many prefer to rent apartments. Almost all of the thousands of little factories worked by a family and a neighbor's son or two, and all of the water mills grinding corn and wheat and making paper have disappeared. On the streams of America, there are no longer the little potato starch factories and the cracker factories and the sawmills. In statistics, it will appear that the Great Biscuit Company, one owner, has replaced 5,000 owners of little cracker factories. Do you see what's going on here? People are looking at statistics to frame the world, and they're not looking at the world to frame the statistics. Man. So let's connect this idea to the idea that black men are 10 times more likely to be arrested. Number 1, that's not true. Number 2, what variables are being put into that equation? Number 3, how are you sure it's racism? Is it that in certain jurisdictions, there are certain activities that correlate with that pattern of behavior, pattern of being? Or is it that in certain jurisdictions, there are other kinds of activity that correlate with other demographics being, arrested? Why is that? You have to look at these things independent of the stats and stop using the stats to make a moral judgment. You need to have a moral framework before the stats become a thing. Carson, what do you think about all this? Let me break from this for a moment. What do you think about all this?
I mean, I was gonna say I have 2 things. So number 1, I mean that the thing is it's incredibly easy to determine that statistics, are not they shouldn't be used as a guiding, factor in like moral and ethical arguments. I mean, let's just look at this for a second. People have subjective value. Subjective value, right, cannot be determined. Like when it comes to humans. Hold
on. Okay, no, sorry, my internet crapped out for a moment. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I'm back, right? I'm back, guys,
yes,
right? In the stream?
So.
I'm back? Okay, good. I'm back. Okay, go on. Sorry, go on.
Okay, definitely. So, essentially the idea to me is that because humans, as you said, they're much more complex than just to be able to be, condensed down to statistics.
Right.
And then also, like, beyond that, if we're using statistics to determine what we should do, it essentially lets us disregard ethics. And that's actually what I was talking about recently, is I don't support capitalism because it is the best economic system, although I believe it is. I support it because it is the only ethical system.
That's right. It is the only system that uses as a motor the principle of voluntary and peaceful exchange to create value. Every other system requires some sort of force, some sort of loyalty or civility to other kinds of Rose Lane would call them authorities or deities, false deities, so to speak. So, for example, distributism, G.K. Chesterton's little thing, it requires a loyalty to the community. Communism, it requires a loyalty to the proletariat. Socialism requires loyalty to whatever little commune is in present there. I mean, every single economic system other than capitalism requires a loyalty that is birthed through coercion, that is birthed through force to some force greater than your own value or greater than you. So that's why capitalism is the most moral system, or is the only moral system, and that's how it should be, understood. Because let's arrive at a point. What if we were to once say, what if capitalism were to lose its quality of being the most productive system ever? Would it then lose its moral standing? That's scary. Because what if there are certain circumstances in which capitalism is squeezed of its productive prowess and forced toward a lower common denominator? Then the moral argument for capitalism collapses. But when you say that it is the most moral, that is something intrinsic to the structure of capitalism, and therefore that cannot fade away. What did Ronnie James Dio say? Ronnie James Dio said, "All the fools sail away." Didn't he say that, Carson? Actually, you don't know who that is, do you?
I don't know.
You don't know who that is. Ronnie James Dio was a rocker, a phenomenal rocker back in the 80s. I think he was the head of a band called Dio, but anyway, he was a great artist. And he has songs like "All the Fools Sail Away" and "Don't Talk to Strangers." And what he said in "All the Fools Sail Away," he says that we are the innocent, we are the damned, all the fools sail away. All the fools sail away. That means that being a fool, that means that being of a condition less than the higher thought, the moral thought, is going to cause you to be transitory. It's going to cause your consequences and your impacts to be impotent. The ideology that capitalism is the most efficient, therefore it is good, is impotent. Capitalism is the only moral economic system, and therefore it is good, not the other thing around. So, man, I don't want to preach, as I keep saying, but shoot, man, I'm getting tired of this utilitarian crap. I'm getting tired of us evaluating crap by how good it is, by how efficient it is, rather than how intrinsically good it is. We all have an intrinsic value inside of us. We all have value as human beings. Everything has an intrinsic value inside of it. And that is how we should estimate things. That is how we should make moral judgments. Anyway, sorry, go on.
No, yeah, that's exactly correct. That's exactly what I was saying. Because, you've got two types of capitalists. I know you've got those who argue from the ethical standpoint and those who argue from the, the economic standpoint.
Right.
And whereas both are technically correct, only one is the reason you should be arguing for capitalism.
Precisely. Got the chat saying, "How do you know about Dio? You're too young." I listen to older music, guys. I don't listen to this newer stuff. Not to be different, it's just I don't like it very much. The culture has gone to a bad place when a lot of people my age, I'm 20, worship Cardi B and they think that WAP is the example of musical excellence. I mean, Jesus. When I first listened to WAP, I thought to myself, how is a discussion about such prurient basic matters of human autonomy, anatomy, getting so much praise? Cardi B and Megan the Stallion, I think that's her name, two E's, not one, two E's. Cardi B and Megan the Stallion are not causing any sort of revelations in me. They're not causing me to be edified with their words. They're not causing me to be a better human being. They're not causing me to gain anything out of this stuff. They're basically just talking to me about a process that is endemic to the human species, and that happens. And in my opinion, shouldn't happen the way that they want it to. They shouldn't happen in the way they want it to happen. I think that by personally that sex should not be something that just is thrown around out there like candy, like a commodity. But whatever. So no, that kind of stuff. I need edification, man. I'm right here. I want to get up here. So if your music is not going to lift me up or inspire me, and it's just gonna tell me about your biological processes and your sexual proclivities, please leave those things away from me. Leave those things away from Christian Watson, please. He does not want to hear them. Unless you're Trey Songz. No, that's crap too. Don't listen to that kind of. I was 10 years old listening to Trey Songz. You know who Trey Songz is, Carson?
No, I did not.
See, I shouldn't have been listening to that crap. Neighbors Know My Name and all that. I shouldn't have listened to that crap. Whew, man, I shouldn't have been. That was some heavy sexualized stuff. I shouldn't have been. Look, I had no clue what he was saying. I was 10 years old. I'm like, what is he saying? The neighbors know your name? They got you screaming Why are we doing? Like, what in the world does that mean? You know. Anyway, man. I don't. It's not. Don't laugh at me, Carson. Don't you dare laugh at me. Don't laugh at me. Don't laugh at me.
I would never.
I didn't know. I didn't know. Dude, I didn't know. I swear to God, I didn't know. I didn't know. I go back and listen to shit I was listening to in like 2010, 2011. And I'm like, Christian, how did you ever? You had terrible taste, dude. And it wasn't that I had like bad influences, that I had access to the internet way too fast. I had access to the internet way too fast. Way too fast, man. If I ever have kids, they're not no internet until you're like shoot 14 maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Definitely not.
I don't know.
Yeah, internet's a dangerous place.
All right, Gothics led me to your page. Oh, thank you. Look, Gothics is a great woman. She's great. I love Gothics. We're going to be doing some more stuff eventually, very soon, actually, because these discussions need to happen. These discussions are important. Yeah, Gothics is wonderful. So thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. You inspire me to keep going. You inspire me to keep making stuff. Because look, guys, sometimes things are hard, man. I won't lie to you. Sometimes this journey is complicated. There are times where I think, okay, am I just screaming into the void? Or is this going to actually be worth something? There are times where I have doubt. This journey is not for the faint-hearted. This journey is not for the faint-hearted, my friends. But the more and more you guys reach out and support me, the more and more I feel confident. I feel bolstered by your love. And your love is really what is getting me to the next level. So, thank you guys for tuning in. I mean, Jesus. You want to hear me speak? That's something else, man. I appreciate that. I'm humbled. The problem with a lot of these influencer types is that they don't know the limits of their power. They think their power is ubiquitous. They find it to be a universal constant, an expectation, a necessity, rather than a what is it? A thing that just exists for a certain period of time. To the extent that I have any power, I'm not sure I do, but to the extent that I have any power, it is not a necessity, it is not a given, it is a consequence of you guys, my viewers, saying, this is valuable to me, therefore I'm going to help you. And I'm not sure what you guys believe. I have people in my community who believe all kind of things. I have people in my community who believe in New Age stuff, who are Muslims, who are Jews, who are Buddhists, who, whatever you believe. For me, personally, for me, this is just for me. No judgment. If you have different standards, there's no judgment. For me personally, Jesus Christ is my rock. For me personally. If you disagree or you believe different, that's fine. That's okay. I love you all the same. I don't think less of you or anything. But for me personally, Christ is my rock. For me personally. Just for me. Doesn't have to be the same for you. Just for me. So, that informs my view of my being. Having any spiritual connection will ultimately inform the view of your being. Because you are saying, when you have a spiritual connection, that there is a source external to you, and that you have a level of expectation from, and that expectation is going to guide your actions in life. So, my friends, don't misunderstand me when I tell you that I'm a Christian. I don't mean that I'm better than you. I don't. Actually, the opposite. Man, if you knew some of the man, Carson knows some stuff. I'm out into Carson. If you tell him, man, it's gonna be the end of you, brother. It's gonna be the. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I love you, man. I'm just kidding, man. I love you, man. But no. So there are some things. I have imperfections and flaws, like everyone else. That's why I say, hey, this Christian Watson guy, I don't think he's so great. I don't think he's so excellent. I don't think he's so wonderful. I think he's a work in progress. You know how many books I've been trying to read, but I couldn't read them because of lethargy? Months. Hey, guys, if you're looking for someone who's going to dress up life into this pretty garb of ornate perfection, you don't need to listen to me. I'm going to tell you what's going on. I'm going to tell you how I felt. I'm going to tell you about my journey. I'm not going to hide crap from you guys. Some of you are investing your time. Actually, all of you are investing your time to listen to me. That's one obligation that I have to you. I have an obligation to you, to be honest. Some of you are investing your money. Some of you have donated to me. So you have a stake in my brand here. So why the hell would I try to hide stuff from you? Now, I'm not going to tell you everything. But I'll be honest with you. So there are a lot of books on my desk that I haven't read yet, or that I have read but I haven't completed yet. I'm trying to complete this one. Well, I stopped this one a long time ago. I'm gonna get back to this one eventually. A professor gave this to me. A professor friend of mine, not one of my university professors. A friend of mine gave this to me, and I read some of this, but I haven't got through. This is like, how many pages is this? It's over 400 pages. I haven't got through it yet. I've gotten through most of this. I'm not a fan. Not a fan, man. Not a fan of this guy. Look. He's right on some things, but this guy had the audacity to say that it is more nobler and divine. You can find this on page 3 of this translation, Bartlett and Collins. This guy had the audacity to say that it is more nobler and divine to be concerned with the nation over the individual. And he also had the audacity to say that the individual exists for the state. Aristotle said that. I don't like him. So I've got through most of this. I haven't even started this one. And there are all other kind of books on my desk that I am still trying to get through. So I'm not going to sit here and say that I'm the smartest person alive, or I'm the best. No. I am a work in progress. We all are. We all are, people. Every one of us is still learning. We're still building. We're still expanding. We're still getting things revealed to us. We're still climbing to greatness. Every one of us. Don't let anyone tell you any different. Whew. Okay, Carson, speak. God,
I mean, yeah,
speak.
I agree
my Lord.
completely on that.
A little bit hot now. No, dude, I tell you, when I get on these rants, I feel like there's a fire being lit in my belly. And that...
Pensive fire. Exactly,
a pensive... You got it, man. I feel like there's a fire being lit in my belly. Jesus. Because, like, this may sound weird, but I just feel like there's something external to me that is just... Okay. Speak, Carson. Speak. Speak, man. Speak. Before I go off on a tangent again.
I mean, yeah, no, I agree completely. Like, yeah, honestly.
God have mercy. Okay, let's look at the chat. Look at the chat. We got Carson. We got to clip some of this stuff out for longer videos. We got to clip some of this stuff out, yeah, man.
Definitely.
For shorter videos, excuse me.
Also, I just want to point out we're 1 like away from 20 likes on your stream.
Oh, really? Okay, guys, I forgot about... Look, numbers don't really mean that much to me, but they do. they do. They kind of do. They kind of do. So, if you could like the stream and subscribe if you're new here, that'd mean a lot to me. But no. So, like, I don't even look at the numbers. I don't even do that. I look... This is not about becoming famous for me. No. Now, that'd be nice, but it's not about that, though. This is about me giving value to you guys by helping you have revelations. That's what it's about. All right, okay. I'm working on Knowledge and Decisions by Saul. I've not read that one. I should probably get around to that. Christian, you should host a monthly book club. That'd be nice, actually. So I'm going to start a Patreon very soon, and that could possibly be one of the benefits of it. What do you think, Carson? a book club.
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I mean, I'd join that. So
Yeah, we could do that. We can have it over Zoom or something like that. Yeah, that'd be cool actually.
definitely.
Yeah, thank you for that that advice, Copernicus. Cup with a K, not a C. Copernicus. That's awesome. Awesome discoverer too. Awesome individual in history. How did you make it through such a biased school system? Subscribed after your conversation with Gothics. How did I make it? Okay. Oof. Oh, that's a long story. Napiyami. That Japanese name? Napiyami? Napiyami. Explain to me what you... Okay, what stage of schooling? You mean high school? Or do you mean my university, which I'm currently in? Because I think both of them have different ideological connotations, and they imply different experiences than the other. I would argue that university is a little bit more intense in terms of bias than high school is. But there certainly are biases in high school. Don't get me wrong. But those biases are the thing about those biases is that they're not informed by years of doctoral research. They're not informed by years of publishing in ornate or not so ornate academic publications. They're not informed by years of being taught by the sort of suffocating framework of academia to hold a certain position. They're not informed by that. They're not informed by having a Marxist dissertation director. The kind of bias you see in university is a much more entrenched and I would even say pseudo-intellectual bias. It has a intellectual veneer to it, given all the mechanics of the academic system that academics exist in. Whereas the bias in high school, all you need to teach in high school is a college degree in basically anything. They'll let anyone teach in high school. You give a college degree. You could go to Elmwood University and get a degree in basket weaving and go teach at a high school. I'm not sure what you would teach in, but you would be something. So I'm not sure the bias level is the same. So before I answer that question, not Piami, tell me, what do you mean by bias? Do you mean like university bias or high school bias? Because those are two different beasts there.
Also, just a reminder for anyone watching to join the Christian Watson Discord server, actually.
Yes, if you guys know what Discord is, or if you like Discord, please join our server. I would appreciate it immensely. I love Discord. Well, I love talking with you guys on Discord. And I do think that I don't think we've gotten any new members. We have gotten a new member in the past hour or so. So if you guys want to, please subscribe to us on Discord. It means a lot to me. Oh, no. Join our Discord, excuse me. It means a lot to me. Carson, why do you laugh at me, brother? Why do you laugh at me? Like, do you think this is funny?
Partially.
Oh, dear God. What am I going to do with you, dude?
I'm having a good time. No.
Like, hey, that's what Freddie Mercury said.
Oh, interesting.
And Queen? Lead singer of Queen?
I don't know.
You don't know who Freddie Mercury is? Oh, my gosh. Don't stop me now. I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball. Don't stop me. Oh, my gosh. Freddie Mercury was the best vocalist in contemporary music. Period. Actually, that's not true. Hold on. Pavarotti is... No, hold on. Okay. Back it up. Freddie Mercury is the best rock vocalist in contemporary music. Bar none. I think I think that Pavarotti is probably one of the best vocalists in music history. One of them. Or if not the best vocalist in music history. But I think Freddie Mercury is the best rock vocalist. Incredibly influential guy. Alright. I watch anime, and so I mixed Tokoyami with Nappy. Carson, I'm gonna get you, dude. I'm gonna get you, man. I'm gonna get you. What did I tell you about that? Okay, sorry. Carson and I, we're great friends, people, but we have a lot of inside jokes going on. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Man, I'm trying to do a live stream here, and you're messing me up, man. Okay, I'm sorry. You keep laughing at me. Okay, excuse me. I watch anime, so I mix Tokoyami with Nappy because of my hair texture. Okay, well, I don't have very much hair, as you can see, so I can't make much of a comment on that. But I meant for college. I'm currently in high school, but plan on going to college after this school year. Okay, well, wow, you're a young guy. My God. Then again, I'm just 20, so. All right. So, it's pretty funny you mentioned bias in college. Excuse me, hold on. My camera's a little bit blurry. Yeah, there we go. It's interesting that you mentioned bias in college. Because as I mentioned, the bias in college is very much an entrenched form of bias. It's not a fleeting form of bias. It's not even a convenient form of bias, I think. It's an entrenched form that is solidified by years upon years upon years of academic habituation within a space that typically is quite left-wing. So the question of how I survived is quite interesting. I knew when to be quiet, and I knew when to speak up. The problem with a lot of conservative and libertarian students is that they don't know when to speak up. They always know, they think that time to be quiet is always, and that's not true. It is not always time to be quiet. Look, the truth has a price to it. But living a lie is a catastrophe. So would you rather deal with a cost or a catastrophe? Use that metric, not Biyami. Would you rather deal with a cost or a catastrophe? Now, the cost may not be pleasant. The cost may be a lower grade if you speak out. The cost may... And guess what? There are going to be times in your life where you're going to have to say, look, I understand this may be detrimental to me in the short term, but in the long term, I'm going towards the truth. I'm going towards something greater than myself. I'm going towards living a life informed by reality and not by falsehood. I'm going towards authenticity. I'm going towards being pensive. I'm going towards something that is bigger than me. I'm going towards it. And so if you want to go towards it, you're going to have to take some scruff on the shoulders. You're going to have to take some dirt. You're going to have to take some pain. You're going to have to take some stuff, man. Now, if you want to just live in falsehood and be comfortable, go ahead and follow society's rules. There are some very nice people, some awesome people, some great people who go along to get along and who are comfortable. It says nothing about you as a person. But it says that your priorities are not situated towards the truth. Your priorities are situated towards appeasement. And if we are to take the concept that the human being has a certain amount of energy invested in its body, and that scarcity is an enduring constant, there's going to come a point where the energy of you trying to appease other people will be depleted, and you'll be left with nothing for yourself. So keep the cost and catastrophe thing in the back of your head, and keep the principle of scarcity in the back of your head, not beyond me. But with those two things informing your decisions, I think that the way I've gotten through is by respectfully dissenting when I think a professor was wrong, and by respectfully dissenting with my students, or my friends, or not my friends, my acquaintances, my classmates, while also trying to make some middle ground with them. Trying to say, okay, look, I can see how you think this. I can see how you believe this. But here's why you're wrong. I understand your point, but here's why you're wrong. The problem with the middle of the road, Margaret Thatcher said this, the problem with the middle of the road is that you get hit by both sides. Rose Wheeler Lane said, the problem with the middle of the road, she said, I don't care about the middle of the road. I want to know where the road goes. So again, if you're always trying to appease people and get a balance of things, I don't think you'll ever have true decisiveness. You'll have situational action that doesn't have any sort of guiding constants. And again, there are people who live great lives like that. There are. Well, who live comfortable lives. I'm not sure if they're great lives. Comfortable lives. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care how much women or how much men you have. I don't care how much approbation you have. If you are being internally inconsistent with the truth, you will not have a good life, a great life. I don't care how many mansions you have. I don't care how much love you think you have. Self-love is important. Isn't that right, Carson?
Yes, it is.
So you have to have, not beyond me, you have to have enough self-love for yourself to be honest with your professors and your students. So I made it by being honest in a loving way. Now, actually, funnily enough, in my ethics class the other day, I had this exact same situation come up. So there were a few students in that class. I was supposed to give a presentation about my moral visions. So my presentation was, okay, this is what I want as an epitaph. Here's what I want on my epitaph when I pass away. Hopefully 70, 80 years down the line. And a lot of my classmates are hard left-wingers. And what I said is I want it to be said that I encouraged people to move towards a critical and vivacious manner of thinking. Because when you think critically and vivaciously, when you think with precision, critically, and with liveliness, vivaciousness, then you better move towards conclusions that may be correct, rather than conclusions that may be contingent on particular circumstances. So I wanted to move people towards universalism, not towards circumstantialism, or however you say that. So a lot of people in the class, now we do this through principles, through rigid principles, not rigid, but like through certain principles. And a lot of people in the class said, well, Christian, don't you think that you're being inflexible? Christian, don't you really lose your friends because you don't really, your ideas are just not reasonable? And I had someone say to me, look, dude, I think you're just conveniently saying that we have to consider other ideas, but you don't actually believe that. He went on to say that I've listened to your podcast, I've seen your YouTube channel, and you always talk with a certain kind of person. You never try to understand or comprehend other people's opinions. Now, of course, this is hogwash. Of course I do. I think I do. I had Marianne Williamson, one of the most progressive women in the country, on my show, Pensive Politics. By the way, subscribe, please. On my show. And we had a 50-minute conversation about corporations, about Citizens United, about the nature of truth, about capitalism. 50 minutes. 50! Excuse me. But yet, the narrative was, Christian Watson does not really care about truth, or he doesn't really care about understanding other people. Christian Watson doesn't really care about that. That was the narrative. My classmates. And they kept attacking me until the class period was over. And the professor had to step in and say, okay, guys, okay, we're done with this.
Yeah, and if I can jump in on that.
Yeah, please do.
Because that's a common thing is people will actually surprisingly attack you for having strong ethical values and systems.
Yes.
Like, at least in our, I would say, current system we have, it's promoted to not have these strong ethics.
Right.
And to not use reason and logic to determine your system.
Right.
Like, I have quite literally had people say to me, I will not discuss things with you because you believe basically that, let's say, like, taxes are immoral or something.
Right.
I refuse to discuss with you because of these things.
Right.
And I'm sitting here like, no, I am willing to discuss it. I am open to changing my mind. If you can provide for me a system through which this is not immoral, I am open to changing my mind, and I will gladly do so. The thing is, people equate my strong beliefs and my basically, because I have justifications for what I believe. But the problem is they equate those justifications and those beliefs with being unwilling to change my opinion. And it's blatantly wrong.
That's right. And Abigail is making a good point right now. Do you think that they're being a bit incredulous when they push the inflexibility line? They can't understand how you can come to a different opinion, therefore you are inflexible. Boom! That's correct. Yes. Of course they're being incredulous. Of course they are. Of course they are. Oh, see, here's the thing about this. They're acting as if they don't know what's going on. They don't know the source of my convictions, or they don't know how my worldview works, when in all reality, they've had enough exposure to me in class, and if they listen to my podcast, for goodness sakes, I have 50-minute podcasts, 50, that I go into all kind of different philosophical thought on different political issues. They know how my thinking works. And if they were to listen to me closely and not through their bias, they would know that I care about free discussion. Look, if you guys have anyone that you want me to debate or discuss things with, a leftist or whatever, or even a right, I don't care. I will do it. Look, I'm not scared of anything. I have nothing to lose. And when I say that, I mean, I don't believe that I can lose that which is inherent to me, which gives my commentary value. That's intrinsic to what I'm saying. A lot of people avoid debates. And maybe, Abigail, maybe you've seen this since you're a social scientist. Maybe you've seen this. A lot of people avoid debates because they're afraid of how it'll make them look. They're afraid of perceptions. But that, to me, suggests, in most cases, not in every case, most cases, that they're evaluating their words and their beliefs and their ability to make coherent arguments lower than they should. Unless they just don't have a knack for, like, thinking on the spot or whatever, and if they feel comfortable in that, okay, that's fine. But if you are in a profession or you are in a world that requires discussion and debate and you aren't comfortable doing that, then I'm sorry, your values need to cohere to something. Doesn't mean you have to be confrontational all the time. You don't have to be aggressive all the time. All that means is that you have to know when you're concerned about the efficiency of a conversation and your ability to perform well in a conversation, because those things may be very different. But yeah, no, they're like, oh, Christian Watson is just not very flexible in his beliefs, therefore he doesn't comprehend other beliefs, therefore he's lying to us because he's saying that we need to understand other beliefs. That line of reasoning is just terrible because it's not factual. It's just not factual. So, and most people who are deontologists, and for those of you who aren't familiar with ethics, who believe that there is a certain strict ethical system that you have to adhere to, and there are clear rights and wrongs, they're greeted with that same kind of thing. Well, you're inflexible. And the entire class is premised on Aristotelian ethics. And for Aristotle, ethics are not about having broad rules or clear defined principles. Ethics are about doing things situationally, what makes the most sense to obtaining virtue. That's what it is for him. I disagree. Look, Aristotle was a great thinker, but I respectively disagree. And just because I disagree and I have convictions does not necessarily mean that I don't necessarily give any credence to those ideas. I think those ideas have credence, and they deserve elaborate discussion. That's my opinion. They're unable to provide sound, and they substitute motion. Since you do, wow, Jesus, Abigail, you are brilliant. Look, I love that I love that I have professors and people who are much older than me, who've been on the earth longer, watching me, not because it makes me feel special, but because I'm not perfect yet, guys. I'm never going to be perfect, but there may be holes in my knowledge and my reasoning that need to be corrected, and someone who's been around for a little bit longer may be able to teach me some things. So, Abigail, your viewership means the world to me. Thank you. I appreciate that. I mean, it means a lot to me. It means it's a blessing. So, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I think that your analysis is spot on. I mean, it's spot on, man. Spot on. But yeah, Carson, want to add anything?
Not too much. No. I think he summed it up well.
Yeah. So, not beyond me. Back to your thing. So, have the cost catastrophe thing that I created for you in your mind, and also I want you to have the what did I say? I said cost catastrophe. My mind doesn't work all the time, guys. I said cost catastrophe, and I also said something about conviction. So yeah, have the cost and catastrophe. Have the cost catastrophe thing in the back of your mind, and also be willing to respectfully engage with your professor and your students. That's how you survive. When you know when to speak up and you know how to speak up. When and how. Use that. I think it'll be okay. Now, if you're going to Berkeley or someplace like that, then you might need a riot shield, body armor, maybe an AR-15, maybe a barricade, a few barricades, maybe. There are just some universities where if you even if it's respectful, if you speak up, you will be targeted with violence. At Berkeley, there was a college Republicans recruiter out in the middle of campus, and Antifa guy, who was a student also, walked up next to him and just pow, knocked him out. Could have killed him. It could have killed him. So, depending on university, you may need some extra reinforcements. I don't know what to tell you about that. Jesus, I mean, I'm happy I don't go to a crazy university because I'm not sure I would be able to handle it. No. I wouldn't want to handle it. I used to lament not getting into an Ivy League college because Ivy Leagues kind of confer a sense of value or whatever to people, and I used to lament it. I used to say, oh my gosh, I'm not in an Ivy League college, therefore people will think less of me. But I look at this perception was broken partially by the Felicity Huffman controversy, I think, where she helped her daughter or whatever the hell get into Harvard through non-meritorious means. Then I began realizing, look, Christian, your university is not what makes you you.
Oh, exactly.
Exactly. Abigail's right. You get out what you put into it, no matter where you go. And I don't even, and Carson and I talked about this a few days ago, I don't even think, for a lot of people, college is either impractical or it's not necessary. For a lot of people, it's either just not necessary, or for a lot of people, college is just... I don't want to say to you, don't go to college. If you're a young person and you have dreams, you want to be a doctor or a lawyer, then of course you have to go to college. But I don't want people to think that college is the only way to success.
I mean, yeah, because I was reading an article recently. So there was a recent study done by some Harvard students. You know what it was about?
What was it about?
So supposedly, the fact that, reparations, right?
Oh yeah.
The fact that we haven't set up a program for reparations yet increased COVID deaths by 50%, according to the study.
Are you serious?
Yes, I am serious. Now,
do they understand?
Yes,
No. Okay. Okay. Lord Jesus, help me. Okay. Do they understand? Okay, African Americans have been affected by COVID particularly in a very harsh way. This is not because of systemic racism. This is because there are a lot of urban areas. So, African Americans tend to populate urban areas. In a lot of urban areas, things tend to be a little bit more close, a little bit more tighter. There's greater population density. And if there is greater population density, and you have a virus that moves quickly through a lot of hosts, you're going to have people affected by that. And in urban areas where there aren't really good healthcare, or where the healthcare is a little bit poor, in inner city urban areas, you may see a disparity that way. That's not because, now, if you want to trace back the poverty of the urban area that they're in to some sort of racism or whatever, then I guess you could make an argument, although I wouldn't be very convinced. Maybe Abigail knows more about this than I do, since she's since a scientist. I mean, but I don't think that just because a lot of African Americans who tend to live in very, very, very close urban areas, or who tend to live in parts of the rural South in very close rural areas that are semi-urban but not really, I don't think that necessarily means that there's a systemic racism problem to the COVID thing. Also, about 30 to 40% of African Americans do not want to take the vaccine. And look, if you don't want to take it, I don't blame you. I'm still ambivalent on if I'll take it or not. I don't know. I caught COVID a month or so ago. I recovered after 10 days. I'm still trying to be respectful of people. I take my vitamin D and C supplements all the time. I don't know if I want to take the vaccine, but I don't know. But a lot of African Americans are skeptical of the vaccine. So when you have vaccine skepticism paired with a propensity to live in tighter areas where a virus thrives, you're going to see, I mean, guys, this is not a racism issue, damn it. Excuse my language. Excuse my language. This is not a racism issue. This is an issue of geography and of wills. In Italy, which is a 90% white country, COVID wiped out a lot of the old population. Now, of course, Italy has different social conditions than America. But the point is, COVID affects everyone. All right. Yep. Zoning laws are terrible, man. Man, zoning laws are terrible. Zoning laws, blight laws, all those things are negatively affecting African American communities. And they come from progressives that pretend as if those things help people. Yeah, you're right. Zoning laws are typically used in a very opportunistic manner. Hi, Elizabeth. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for coming here. Appreciate it. But yeah, Abigail, that's brilliant. That's right. That's brilliant. You don't need me to tell you that, that it's right, but you know it's right. Yep. And education, too, Abigail. I mean, a lot of progressives are staunchly against school choice, even though in almost every area in which school choice happens, guess what happens? African Americans outperform their white peers in public school by miles, leaps and bounds. In fact, charter schools are one of the primary conduits for African Americans to go to higher education and have higher incomes. Charter schools correlate with those things immensely. I mean, if you would just, look guys, this is a very simple organizing principle. If you would just let individuals make their own decisions about their own life, things tend to work out. I know that sounds pretty intuitive, but if you would just let people do what they need to do for their own lives and their own circumstances, instead of going in with government regulations to structure and order their lives in accordance with this egalitarian vision, things work out. If you let the ontological, natural principle of liberty flourish, things tend to work out. And when they don't, we can talk about it then. But when you go in with these heavy-handed approaches, the zoning laws, the anti-school choice laws, the truancy, the welfare system, when you go in with this stuff, you create catastrophes. Carson, I'm gonna rant if you don't speak, dude. Speak,
sorry,
man.
Sorry.
Say something.
But yeah, I was gonna say, let's see. Well, first of all, we just hit 30 likes.
Thank you, guys. Love you. Thank you.
But yeah, and that's the thing, is that's my concern with, I would say, people who place too much, or at least when people place too much, prominence and importance on colleges or specific colleges, right? It is not at all indicative of someone's education or intellectualism,
right?
The level at which they, study at college.
Right.
Like, there are many geniuses who have been awarded college degrees because they never went to college.
Right.
Now, they didn't go to college. They were still among the most genius of the genius. They were essentially prodigies. So then we have to ask ourselves, is it college that is producing prodigies, or is it basically the will to work and the basically ability to study and work hard that does that?
Right. Precisely. And to answer you, Abigail, I adore Hayek's economics, and to a certain extent, I adore his social theory. That social micro interactions are particularly incalculable things, the spontaneous order. I adore that. I mean, I'm a libertarian. I'm very libertarian. I say that I'm a libertarian conservative, which because there are some values I have that are conservative personally, but I'm very libertarian. Now, Hayek's more fundamental ideas of philosophy, I'm okay. I mean, he has some more fundamental ideas about the nature of reality and how truth is conceived in rights, and I think he's totally wrong. But Hayek is a brilliant guy. I think that if we listen to Hayekians on economics and social issues, then I mean, we would have a lot more. It would be a much better situation, in my opinion. But yeah. So I mean, spontaneous order, all that kind of stuff, I'm down with it, 100%. So yeah, Hayek has some brilliant stuff. You're a spontaneous order theory. That's excellent. That's excellent, man. Wow. Wow. Dang it. Wow. That's excellent. That's awesome. Wow. Jesus. So how is your work? This is interesting. So how is your work encountered in most academic circles? Is it scorned? Is it seen as an interesting thing, or how is it encountered? Like, is it because I know the way I talk, even at my very small liberal arts school in the South, it's encountered with some scorn from. So I wouldn't know. I mean, if you've been through the academic ring, you've been through the ring in the washer. So I don't. How are you holding up? Yes, you are. Okay, so Dembeek, I don't think I would say that Friedman is Keynesian. He was a Chicago school economist, and Chicago school economists, even though Chicago school economists have differences with Austrian economists, I think that they are more. Their methodology is very different, but their means, their how they go about doing things. Oh no. Their results are very similar. They would have the similar kind of policy results. I don't think that Milton Friedman was a Keynesian. I'm not sure I would say that about him. That's not to say that he always stuck true to his free market ideology. And in fact, I mean, yeah. So, but his economics does not suggest that whatsoever. So, maybe he did, but in terms of how Keynes is commonly conceptualized as sort of someone who believes in spending to stimulate the economy and things of that sort, Friedman, there are numerous instances where Friedman said, that he didn't believe in such things. George Mason University, I assume that's what GMU says. George Mason's a wonderful, wonderful university. I have associations with the Institute for Humane Studies, and they are wonderful people. I think that if I could have gone to George Mason, I would have. I looked at them for a moment, but it was far too expensive. Me being an out-of-state student was far too expensive. So, but George Mason's a wonderful, wonderful school. No, okay, so Dembeek, he wasn't an Austrian. That's right. He wasn't an Austrian. He definitely wasn't an Austrian. Yeah, but that doesn't mean he was a Keynesian. Yeah, yeah. Yes, you probably will. Hopefully, you probably will. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, and they do fund PhDs and stuff like that. So that's awesome, man. So Abigail, what do you think about that? You think that Friedman was a Keynesian? Yeah, he was Chicago school. I don't know this idea that he was a Keynesian. I don't know where this comes from. Right, right. Anyway, there may be some folks here who have no idea what we're talking about. So, um, excuse me for that, guys. Look, the nature of these chats is that there was the first time I did a stream, I had people in here talking about numbers theory, chaos theory, and the meaning of infinity as it relates to the nature of objective reality. And there were times where I was like, what? Like, what in the world? I was just like, huh? So, I'm happy that we tend to attract a very pensive audience. That makes me very happy. Why do you think a lot of Democrats aren't talking about the time election shadow campaign? I don't mind who won it, but the fact that I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. Well, I think right now the Democrats are trying to use their political capital to push through this god-awful stimulus bill that really does nothing to address the ills that majority Democrat states caused by either hand-rigging other states into shutting down or shutting down things themselves. I mean, Kate Brown of Oregon quite literally shut the state down and began slapping hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines onto businesses that were incognizant and impertinent towards her orders. So, I mean, really, when Joe Biden has made COVID a racial equity issue, I mean, when people view the world through a prism that makes no real effort to see things through as objective a lens as possible, you're going to have catastrophes. You're going to have incongruences with how things should probably go. This is not a political point to make. This is simply, if I was look, there's no secret that I'm right leaning. But if there is a situation that I am new to or that is developing, I want to know about the situation independent of me being right leaning. And I may use my prism to analyze what we should do after I understand the situation. But the problem is that a lot of people like to analyze the situation in light of what they think rather than what it actually is. And that can lead us to some bad conclusions. That's Biden's problem. That's the problem of most of American politicians. That's not just his problem. It's like, that's a lot of people's problem. But Biden is the one in power right now, so we got to talk about him. What are your thoughts, Carson? You're being silent.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, I definitely, because the thing is, I mean, confirmation bias is a very dangerous thing, right?
Right.
Like,
yep.
The thing is, if we go into a situation or look at something with an expectation of it turning out a certain way already, then it's much more likely we're going to see it turn out that way. And I mean, I think everyone to a certain point has that. We're never going to completely be able to remove confirmation bias from our, just from our basically being, because that's just kind of how it works and how we function. But if we can remove as much as possible, then it becomes infinitely better for us, because then we can start using, introspection and really just questioning our own basically beliefs and our own systems.
I agree with you. I agree with you. What do you think about a lot of Democrats aren't? Okay, I read that. I'm sorry. I read that. I'm sorry. But yeah, so that's my opinion. But look. So every single one of you who are here listening to me, again, you are blessing me immensely. And again, Carson, please put the Discord link if you can into the chat, because again, this is about a collaborative experience. This is about a collaborative experience. That's what this is about. That's what I believe in. I'm not preaching it. I'm not preaching to all. I might be preaching to you. I don't know if I am. Not sure if that's a good thing or not. No confusion. It's educational. First seeing you with you got hooked. Oh man. See, when people say this stuff to me, I'm just so humbled, man. It means a lot to me, man. It does. Education. That's nice of. Thank you so much. Thank you, MWO. NWO. Is that a riff on NWA's name, or is that just like something you just put together? Edward, how you doing? See, whenever I see your name in the chat, I smile. How you doing, Edward? How you doing, man? How you doing, dude? It's awesome. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you, man. Speaking of NWA, actually, I won't go there. I won't go there. Actually, tips on doing your So, okay, not beyond me. So let me. Okay. Have a research topic. Obviously, that's the obvious one. Um, Try to use as many primary sources as possible, depending on what you're researching, of course. If you're trying, yeah, okay, I can't really give you. I can tell you how I research my stuff, how I research philosophy and social science. So instead of reading a paper, let's say I'm researching a theory of justice or I'm thinking something about justice. Instead of reading a paper that interprets Rawls' stuff immediately, I want to try to get through a theory of justice or try to read parts of a theory of justice, then read papers that see if my perceptions were within the realm of what is generally thought of. Now, it's okay to be heterodox. In fact, it's probably very good to be heterodox. But that's what I do typically. I go to primary sources, then I read secondary literature, and then I go from there. So it really depends on what you're researching. So what do you mean, not beyond me? What are you researching? It depends a lot. What do you think, Carson?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm not very good at research, so
Oh
I should
wow,
not do.
Jesus. Hey, we all start somewhere, don't we? We all start somewhere. I think we all start somewhere at least. But yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Thank you, Abigail. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for blessing me with your presence, man. You watching is a blessing. And all of you watching is a blessing. I'm serious. It's a blessing to me. I mean that crap. I mean it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you come back. And we'll have a video up tonight too, won't we? Well, yeah, we will. I'm gonna do it actually once I get off the call. I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be about Biden. So yeah. So what's on your mind, Carson?
Not much. I was just reading some of the chat messages right now.
So Carson, can you post the Discord link in the chat?
Yep, I can post again. I just posted it a few minutes ago. But I'll
Okay, all right. I didn't see, but maybe you did. But yeah. So, hey Chris, you should let people hop into the voice chat. Hey, look, yeah, if you guys want to talk, okay, Dembeek, I think I know what you're doing, man. I think I know what you're doing, dude. If you guys want to talk to me, join the Discord. If you want to talk on stream, join the Discord, and if you guys want to talk to me on stream, just join the Discord and we can have a conversation. It'll be like you hearing me and Carson speak. So I would love that. That'd be excellent. So if any of you want to do that, like tell me in the chat, then I'm not sure about you, Dembeek. And I know what you're trying to do, man. No. I'm not in the mood for that. Have these politics been pensive lately? Politics itself is never pensive, but my politics is always pensive, or at least I try to make them pensive. Speaking of pensive politics, I have not done the show in a week. I'm gonna do an episode tonight, I think. Because I've been trying. So I'm not sure I told you guys this. I recently signed a contract with a media company, and I'm trying to rebrand my stuff to give them a position on my logos and stuff like that. So I've kind of stopped doing the show for a while because I want to make sure that it's prepared for rebranding. We have a website coming out very soon. I think, right, Carson? I think.
Yes, sir. Should be within this week, hopefully.
Yeah, so I have a website coming out sometime. Edward, I would love, dude, if you're a classical composer, if you would do that for me, dude, I would love you forever. I'm serious. I promise you. I promise you. What did Meatloaf say? Meatloaf said I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. Although, and when I talk to him eventually, because we will be talking very soon. I can't say much, but I will be talking to Meatloaf the singer very soon. When I talk to him, I will ask him, like, dude, what does that mean? What is that? There have been people for like decades wondering, what do you mean by when you say that? I would do anything for love, but what is that? Because at the end of the song, you don't really get much of an answer. You know, will you raise me up? Will you help me down? Will you get me out of this godforsaken town? Will you make it all a little less cold? I can do that. Will you hose me down with holy water until I get too hot? But then at the end of the song, that she's like, after a while you'll be screwing around, but I won't do that. So maybe he meant that he won't screw around for love. Although I would assume that screwing around is contrary to love. Look, dude, I don't know, man. I'm just a kid. I don't know what I'm talking about. But wait, what do you think about that, Carson?
I mean, I've never heard the song,
Oh,
but
what am I gonna do with it?
I think I heard it once. I think you sent it to me actually.
I did, yes.
Yes. So I heard it.
So
it
yeah,
once, but I mean, I haven't like
people in the chat are saying that
actually pondered that.
people in the chat are saying that they missed the Discord link.
Yeah, I sent it again. It might not be showing up because, it's my user and sometimes YouTube has weird like link rules. So after the stream, we can set up a bot for you.
Yeah, and if you guys want the Discord link, dang it. Okay, if you guys want to be in the Discord, what you can do, just put your usernames, if you have a Discord account, put your usernames in the chat right now, and I will, add you to the group for now, and then if you want to talk to me on live, I'm going to be on live for, look, Carson's going to go very soon, but I'm going to be alive for, a while, maybe, another hour or so, or 2 hours, so if you want to talk to me, yeah, they're not seeing a link, okay, so what are your Discord handles, guys?
And I know it's also pinned on your other video, your last video, I think, so if they want to find it that way, they can do that.
Yeah, you can do that as well. You can go to my other video and my last video that I did, and you can find it there. Yes, Meatloaf is a Christian, Elizabeth. I'm gonna talk about that too. Look, it's gonna be excellent, man. I love that guy. I listen to old music. I don't listen to this new stuff. I listen to old music. I don't listen to this new stuff, man. I don't listen to this new stuff. I can't. Not my thing. I'm getting into philosophy. I have read some Plato and some Aristotle, and I also read Art of War. What do you recommend? Okay, so what goals do you have in philosophy? I will, Edward. Don't worry. What goals do you have in philosophy, Joey? Do you just want to be a casual student of philosophy? You want to cover all the greats? Do you want to learn about a particular area of philosophy? What goal do you have? Do you want to use philosophy to advance a certain idea or cause, like I do? What do you want to do, Joey? Because my answer will be dependent on what your goals are. Because in all honesty, I don't think you should start. People are always start at Plato and Aristotle. Why? You shouldn't neglect them, but why start there? Why not start at Lao Tzu or Mozi or Confucius? Why not start? There are a lot of underrated philosophers that are not Western. Why not start there? But of course, all philosophy programs will have you start at Aristotle and Plato, and they're like, oh my gosh, these guys are amazing. And they'll completely neglect to show you that there have been hundreds of years of descent from Platonic and Aristotelian philosophies. But yeah, so what are your goals, Joey? Because I appreciate...
And just a heads up, I did put the link to the Discord in the description of this current stream.
Okay, you did. Okay, so guys, if you want to join me on Discord right now for a conversation, or just to join my group, go to the link go to the link in the stream, and you will see it. Okay, read St. Augustine. Okay, read St. Augustine. Okay, I got a few assignments for you, Joey. Read St. Augustine. Read the Confessions first. And read parts of the City of God. In fact, Carson, will you type something in chat for me? I'm gonna give Joey a very, very, very clear reading assignment.
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna give him a very... Okay. Look at chat, Carson. Okay, Joey.
All right, I'll send that to him.
Carson's sending you something, Joey, in the chat. These are my recommendations. Okay. I want you to read Aquinas as well. One second, I'm getting something for you. Yep, here we go. I want you to read. Okay, go to Abe Books. Don't laugh at me. Go to Abe Books. And
never.
okay, why are you laughing? I'm trying to help this individual on his intellectual journey. Okay.
Oh no, definitely.
Okay.
I'm gonna read the books too, probably.
Okay, go to Abe Books, Joey, and look up Aquinas Selected Writings. I would send you a link, but I'm not sure I can send you a link because of the chat. So go to look at Aquinas Selected Writings. It's under Penguin Classics. So I want you to read Augustine. I want you to read Aquinas. The selected writings would get you, because if you were to read all of Aquinas, you would be spending years doing that. Because Saint Thomas Aquinas is like the Summa Theologica, his magnum opus is like thousands of pages. I don't know. I haven't read all of it, obviously not. I've read parts of it. So read the selected writings. I want you to read parts of City of God. City of God is like this thick for Augustine. I want you to particularly read Book XIV. I don't know Roman numerals, guys. I'm sorry. You know, I don't know them very well. So once you get past 10, I'm lost, which is a shame because I'm a philosophy student. So, yeah, that's a damn shame. Okay, they're in my Discord chat now talking about damn Carson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, people are joining the Discord.
That's great. I love you guys for doing that. So yeah, start there, man. Because in the City of God, Augustine, and I'm not sure if you'll agree with this, but Augustine is all about situating people to reject their individual wills and their self-interest, which he says are the results of the earthly city. And he's all for situating your desires and your passions and your reasons towards God or Jesus. And so for Augustine to pay attention to Jesus, to be situated in terms of Jesus, is to reject your personal self-interest. Now, I personally think that self-interest is essential to being a good Christian. I think individualism is essential to being a good Christian. Think about this. Christ says, there's a part of the Bible, I think it's Corinthians, that says, in the Spirit of the Lord there is liberty. Yeah, it's exactly where it is. Okay, let me read some of this to you. I'm going to use the ESV. I'm going to read the entire context for you. And this is not meant to be preaching at you guys, simply meant to be informative. So 2 Corinthians 3 says, chapter 3 says, I'll start here. This is like a little bit long. Hold on. Are we beginning to commend ourselves again? Or do we need, as some do, letters of recommendation to you or from you? You yourselves are the letter of our recommendation, written on our hearts, to be known and read by all. And you show that you are a letter from Christ, delivered by us, written not with ink, but with the Spirit of living God, not on tablets, but on tablets of human hearts. And so they're talking about connecting to God through this emissary, through this vessel that is talking to them. And they say here that since we have a hope, we are very bold. Not like Moses, who would put a veil over his face so that the Israelites might not gaze at the outcome of what was being brought to an end, but their minds were hardened. For to this day, when they read the Old Covenant, the same veil remains unlifted, because only through Christ is it taken away. So there's a veil. There is a veil. Not beyond me, I'll see you later. There is a veil, if you believe in Christian theology, that is over all of our heads, and that is obscuring our vision. And the veil comes through not understanding, truly, who Christ is, but understanding a certain narrative of Christ. But when one turns to God, the veil is removed, so you can actually interact with reality when the veil is gone. Now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. So, to be a good Christian, you kind of have to have the understanding of freedom. And to have an understanding of freedom, you kind of have to have an understanding of individualism. So I think that, personally, Augustine is wrong when he says that it's earthly and wrong to be self-interested. That's not. I disagree entirely. I disagree entirely. It's bullcrap. Bullcrap. But look, Augustine, if you're a Catholic and you like Augustine and Aquinas, start there. And you tell me how things go. Email me. My email is officialcwatts@gmail.com. Email me. It's on my About page as well, and it's also in all of my video descriptions, including this one. Email me and let me know how things go, man. Because, Joey, I love that people are getting involved in philosophy. Philosophy is excellent. And you'll see a lot of Aristotle, a lot of Plato in Augustine, too. There's like a feedback loop. Anyway, people are starting to leave because I'm talking all this nerdy stuff, but hey, I'm sorry, guys. This is who I am, man. All right. So if you guys want to join the Discord chat, you want to talk to me on the stream. If you're in Discord right now, let me know, and you want to do that. Or if you are in the chat, you want to do it, click the description in the click the link in the description below, and we'll do that. So, because look, I want to talk to you guys. I don't have an agenda right now. It's a day off for me. It's at school. We don't have our spring break is being broken up into certain days, so we don't have any classes today. So I'm relaxing, man. I'm relaxing. That's right. That's right. That's right. Eckhart, that's right. It's a genius. I agree with that. It's genius. It's genius. Genius. I mean, you don't have to. Being an individual is not being consumed with yourself. It's not. Hey, LJ, how you doing, buddy? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. All right, so we're gonna have some people come. If you guys want to talk to me on stream, then hey, feel free to. I don't mind. I love this. I love talking with my followers, my audience. I don't mind. I love it. It's awesome. So, and look, this is some of the highest numbers we've had for a stream yet. We've maxed at 22 people. That's crazy, man. God. Okay, so I'm going to be in the general voice chat in my stream, in my Discord. And so if any of you want to join the stream through that, Carson's going to go bye-bye. So, Carson, thank you so much for being here and providing us some commentary. I love it. You're awesome, man.
I'm glad to be here.
All right, and I'll talk to you later, okay, man?
Talk to you later.
Okay, so I'll be in the general voice chat of my Discord. And if any of you want to join, please feel free to. Because I want to talk to you guys, and I want to interact with you guys, and so I'm there right now. So if you guys want to be on the stream, I'm there. But so how are you guys doing? How's life going?
It's time to regret this decision,
okay,
Mr. Watson.
Okay. How are you? How are you, Dembeek?
Don't worry, Christian. I'm gonna behave myself on your stream.
I hope.
Okay, nothing but productive conversation.
Oh
here.
dear Lord, I hope so. Yes, my show's on Spotify, Jacob. Just type in Pensive Politics. It's there. Absolutely, yes, sir. And I would appreciate if you could subscribe. That would mean a lot to me. All right, Dembeek, what do you want to talk about?
I mean, nothing in particular. Something crops up, I'll say something.
Okay. Again, guys, if you want to come on my stream, then please, who just joined? Let's see. Please feel free.
Yo.
Hello, how are you, sir?
Hey, Christian, how are you? I'm good.
I'm all right. I'm all right, buddy. I'm gonna regret this decision, man. I promise you. No, I'm just kidding. It'll be all
Why is
good.
that?
Oh, no. Well, Dembeek's a little bit of a troublemaker. How are you? How are you doing, Whitney?
Is there a Whitney in the chat?
So, Robert, how are you doing, sir? But yeah, so Pensive Politics is on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, everywhere. And really, here's the goal, guys. Unfortunately, a lot of people look at Apple Podcast ratings to determine the value of your show, and a lot of people listen to me on Spotify, or they used to listen to me more on YouTube because I used to have my videos up, yeah, my monologues up as videos. So if you guys could just like rate my Apple Podcast, even if you don't have an iPhone, that'd be beautiful. Truly, would be beautiful. So, helps me a lot. But again, if you guys want to be on the stream and you want to talk to me, I have a Discord chat, and I am you talk to me about anything you want to, whether it's I don't care what it is, race, philosophy, politics, I don't care.
Let's see. I have a couple ideas of discussion. I just don't know exactly what words I want to approach the situation with.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. May I have to speak up a little louder? I think you're a little bit quiet.
Yeah, hold on, let me fix that. Alright, how's this?
Yeah, better. Whitney, I'm doing good, thank you, and I appreciate that. Thank you, and look, I'm gonna start doing episodes more regularly again. I just had to. I signed a contract with a media company, so I kind of had to just slow it down. I'm like, okay, gotta rebrand, So that's what I did. I just slowed it down a little bit.
Christian, how do you think alright, so like I'm 17 for example, right?
Okay. Oh wow, you're young guy.
Young.
Wow.
Yeah. How do you think I think the demographic of people who what's demographic of people who support the Democratic Party and would align themselves with liberal ideology are people around my age, a little bit older, from like 18 to 25, 30-ish. In that age group, I would say is the largest age group that is behind Trump. That supports the Democratic Party. And I just wanted to ask you, because like I mentioned in the stream, I'm in the middle. I look at the good and bad of both sides of every situation that comes in my life.
Right.
How do you think would be the best way for me to approach people around my age group, and suggest, hey, there's always multiple things you have to look at and consider when you talk about these sort of situations. It's not a one-side story. It's not this side is right, this side is wrong. It's
right.
There's variables
that
are very important. And like you mentioned earlier, my age, I don't, let me see what you said. You said something about, teens, how they're developing and they're easy to influence.
Right.
And I think the Biden administration has done a great job of influencing people.
Right.
So I guess my overall question is, how would you suggest I approach difficult conversations to other people around my age?
It's unfortunate that, and I appreciate your question, my friend. It's unfortunate that politics, the science of how a government should act, is a difficult conversation for any age group. That's unfortunate. It's indicative of a poison which has infested the proper functions of government and have overextended them to go from the role of a preserver of a concept, or a preserver of a certain status quo, which would be the preserving freedom and rights, to a caregiver and a caretaker. You see this poison manifest very greatly in the progressive era and continue as the Great Depression accelerates. So it's very unfortunate that that politics has been phrased societally to include the destiny of so many people, and therefore it is difficult to talk about. So that's just I lament that. But given that that is true, I don't think that young folks like us, I'm 20, you're 17, so there's a few years apart. I don't think young folks like us are as, I don't think they're as captured by certain ideas as others think they are. I think a lot of people are trying to find their way. A lot of people when they're teens are trying to find their way. And if they are around influences and environments which encourage them to how do I say this? When certain people are around influences and environment that encourage them to think a certain way, they're going to internalize that for a little bit. But if there arises an event or another moment of passion that could possibly just switch their perceptions to a different thing, then the part of being malleable at a young age, part of being impressionable, is being able to be shifted like that. So, a point is, that's a good thing for you, because you can reach people that way. Even if they have adverse reactions to what you believe, what you think, if they are young and they're impressionable, you can still reach them. How do you do it? You have to start by endeavoring on their own ground. Endeavor to talk to them on their own ground. So if you have a March for Our Lives person who is very stalwart in their opinion that gun control is the only way to solve mass shootings, and they believe that nonsense, then you have to say, okay, I understand why you believe this. Explain to them why you understand why they believed it, because when you do that, you automatically tell them that you are someone who is interested in listening, not someone who is interested in just attacking and debunking. The problem with our culture today in politics is that we are so concerned with debating people and destroying people rather than building bridges with people. We are so concerned with that. We are so concerned with scoring a win in the rat race, rather than actually reaching what Heraclitus would call the logos. We are so concerned with how our social status and our social condition appears, rather than how our minds, how the perceptions and conceptions that guide us are. We are so concerned. We have trapped ourselves into this social context that is weakening our ability to interact with the world honestly, regardless of what your opinion is. So you have to start breaking, chipping away at that framework, at that paradigm.
Everything you just said is like the reason that I don't align myself with either party, or I consider myself to be in the center, because it is in our human nature to want to be correct.
Right, but here's what I think. I think that it's okay to have beliefs that you believe are the right beliefs. That's okay.
And back them up, of course.
Of course, that's okay. But when you talk about party,
it should be encouraged to look at. Sorry, I also wanted to add. That's why I want to encourage people my age to be more receptive to outside ideas and perspectives.
It's humanization.
It's very hard to open up people's minds sometimes.
It's humanization.
Continue.
It's humanization, man. Look, we are all bonded by a common condition. We're human. That transcends politics, brother. That transcends it. Man, I mean, politics has tried to kind of shift and change what it means to be human, what it means to be a good person. No. The human nature, the human being is a constant thing, man. I don't care what anyone says. And I think one of the basic building blocks of our humanity is empathy. And I think once you arrive to their positions, or show them how you may arrive to their positions and understand their positions, you are automatically humanizing yourself in their eyes. That's one barrier. When you connect with someone on a deeper level, they tend to trust you more. This is basic psychology. So I think, my friend, the best thing you can do, empathize. tell them, repeat to them why you understand why they hold their positions. And then give them a reason to listen to your opinion about their positions by that empathy.
And that's very difficult to do online in comment sections, for example. Because
Well,
there's
okay,
no
yeah,
guarantee anybody's willing to listen.
The medium is different, though. The medium. So, I think having a conversation. So I would take it off of comment sections and forums and have it over Discord, have it over Zoom. That's how you do it. Because really, I think this sort of
That's why I want to start my own platform as well.
yeah, or that, yeah, because big tech is going crazy, as we know. So yeah, have it over different things. Have it over because there is something special about being able to see and hear someone, being able to understand the intonation of their voice, being able to understand this person is more than just an avatar floating in digital space and some words that have been pressed out through a template called a keyboard. No, this is a human being, a living, vivacious, dynamic human being. When that comes into the equation, I think for most people, for a great majority of people, discussions become easier. But when you're in a forum or you're in comment sections and there's memes everywhere and you can then there's no human element to it. So that's my idea, my friend. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Good. And I admire. 17, man. Whew, at 17, what was I doing at 17? I was.
It's only 3 years ago. What were you doing?
Well, 3 years is a lot of time, man. You may think that 17 is like, oh, it's 20 is not that. No. 3 years is a lot of time. 3 years
Dude,
is a
every single
lot.
day. Like, the older I get, it's like every day has less hours in him.
Yeah, no, 3 years.
Tell that to somebody who's in their 40s.
Yeah, oh my, Jesus. Oh, 40s. Gee, at that point, man, I don't know what to say about that, but 3 years is a lot of time, man. Jesus Christ.
17, yeah, you went to the arcades, but I can agree with the human aspect there because you were in the arcade, people were kind to each other, you weren't rude to each other, but ever since it kind of goes on with the whole going online with the multiplayer Xbox, people got rude to each other, and whenever you get into a situation where you're away from everybody, you lose that human aspect.
Right. I think that's brilliant, my friend. I think that thank you for joining the chat, by the way. I think that Xbox Live and PlayStation Nation, all this kind of the sort of absence of the human quality involved in these virtual spaces, all of that stuff is not inherently negative, but it has led to some behavior that is pretty condemnable. I mean, if I'm not sure how many of you guys are familiar with gaming, but if you go on Xbox Live, you're gonna see a lot of and hear a lot of things that are bad, a lot of racism, a lot of things that are just really bad, a lot of insults, people doxing each other, all kind of terrible stuff, and trying to get people, hurt in real life because of they didn't win a match from CS:GO or whatever the hell. That when you don't have the human element in front of you, the consequences seem so distant, and the person seems like the manifestation of the principle that you can't stand. They are reduced to that idea. So this digital stuff is great in some instances. I mean, I could do my stuff with you guys with the digital stuff, but I mean, there is a palpable negative aspect. We lose a sense of our humanity when we engage people solely in digital terms. So that's my thing. That's my thing.
I mean, everything has its trade-off,
Yeah, but some things have steeper trade-offs than other things.
Bigger trade-offs.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. So yes, humanization is very important. I think that once you do that, and I think that if you want a material example of this, Van Jones, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with him. He's a CNN commentator. Van Jones is a Marxist socialist. I'm not into. Van Jones is one of the most honest and principled people in politics right now. He is willing to have conversations with anyone. You have to admire that. Van Jones is a saint almost. And he has been attacked by his own side, by the left, because of how willing he is to work across the aisle and see his political opponents as humans. And he's been pretty effective. And he's a socialist. He's like way deep into that stuff. So, all right, Maddie. I'm sorry, Maddie. I missed your question. My apologies. Sorry, I just have a quick question about reading. Do you think that the Nicomachean Ethics is a good place to start? I don't know. Okay, I don't want to be biased because I don't like Aristotle very much. I can't stand. Where is he? Where the hell is he? Where did I put him at? Ah, there he is. There he is. I know I put you somewhere. All right. So I don't like him very much. Not because... Okay, so I don't like him very much because he has a very emaciated view of the individual. Aristotle thinks that I exist for the sake of the state. Aristotle thinks that I cannot be a good person independent of my own and my own private sphere. Aristotle thinks that I have to, if I'm going to be a good person, I have to be informed by laws. Aristotle quite literally said in the Politics that I live for the sake. So I mean, I don't. When someone tells me that I need society to be a good person, I tend to want to tell them to fuck off. Excuse my language. I'm sorry. I got some older folks here who don't. My apologies, guys. I didn't mean that, but my apologies. I don't mean to curse, but excuse me. But that's my initial reaction when someone tells me that. Having said that, Aristotle is an incredibly influential thinker. If you want to understand virtue ethics, if you want to understand understand these things, he's fine. I probably wouldn't start there. What I would do, here's what I would do. I would get an intro to philosophy book, preferably a book that starts in the history of philosophy, and I would read that. Then I would decide from there, okay, where do I start? Do I want to invest my time in thinking and starting with with Eastern philosophy or Western philosophy? Okay. Do I want to begin with the pre-Socratics who kind of predate Socrates and predate Aristotle and predate Plato and were kind of like considered to be like the first philosophers or whatever? I mean, where do I want to start at? You're going to have to make that decision on your own by yourself. So I think that the best thing for you to do is just to decide where your own interests are. But it's a general rule of thumb that if you want to start at the beginning of... I say beginning in air quotes because I don't think it's really... I mean, Lao Tzu and all those folks were philosophizing a long time before Aristotle and those folks. But I think that if you want to start at the beginning of Western philosophy, why not? Why not? Aristotle is not a particularly hard person to understand. If you're going to read the Nicomachean Ethics, please get this translation, the Bartlett and Collins translation. It's very cheap. How much did I get it for? I got it for like $6, I think. It's very cheap. It's on Amazon. Use this translation. This is the best translation of Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. It is the academic standard because it explains everything very clearly. It tries to keep... Some translators like to mess with things and like to edit things out or to change the meaning from the original, the most original meaning of the word. We don't like that. These guys try to do their best. Of course, it's been thousands of years since Aristotle wrote this. They do their best to keep things intact as much as possible. So, if you want to, go ahead. I would rather you get a history of philosophy book, read a little bit of that, and decide which direction you want to go in. Some folks begin with contemporary philosophy. Some folks begin with like Bertrand Russell, and they go backwards. I began with contemporary philosophy. I began with Robert Nozick, who was a theorist, talked about government and everything. Brilliant guy over at Harvard. Dead now, unfortunately. One of the greatest minds in philosophy. He was so great that Dr. Cornel West, who was a rabid socialist, said that Robert Nozick was one of the greatest minds that ever taught me. Great man. I began with him and I started backwards. So it all depends on which direction you want to go, Maddie. Do you want to go historically, chronologically a certain way? You don't have to. It might help you because a lot of philosophy builds on the ancient Greeks, or it responds to them in some way, shape, or form. So that's my opinion. If you want to, you can. It won't hurt you. Aristotle is pretty... You can understand Aristotle with minimal effort. If you pay attention to detail, I mean, he's not that hard to read, in my personal opinion. Now, if you were to ask me, Christian, should I start philosophy by reading Kant? I would tell you you're out of your mind. Because guess what? I tried doing that. I tried reading Critique of Pure Reason when I was, how old was I? 16? Biggest mistake of my life. Biggest mistake. I didn't understand half the words. I go back and read it now. I'm like, okay, I understand this. I have a little bit because I have more context. I have more context. Context is important for understanding. So that's my answer. Jacob, I just noticed that you are live after watching a comment. You are amazing, and thank you, Jacob. That's a blessing, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. You have a bright future, and I hope you can. I hope so too. I hope so too, man. I'm loving this. I'm loving this. I'm loving this, man. I love being able to grow in front of all of you. I do. I love it. And you guys are a blessing to me. I look forward to reading my comments every day. I look forward to reading my emails every day. It's a blessing, guys. If you're going to start with Nozick, I would want you to read Anarchy, State, and Utopia, which is a dense book, by the way, but I think it's pretty easy to understand. There are parts of the book where he actually begins. Actually, let me hold on. Let me show you. One second. Let me show you. So there are parts of the book where Nozick. Excuse me. So I have a book right here in front of me. There are parts of the book where Nozick uses very complicated logical formulas. Let me see. And look, it's fine. Nozick is a very methodological thinker. So, and you kind of want that when you're trying to justify ethical theory, because a lot of normative ethical theory, from what I find, is not really justified in a very coherent way. So, hold on. Let me give you an example. This book marked up. Okay, so in trying to understand, there's an idea called the state of nature theory, which basically says that human beings existed in a state of nature before the formation of the state. Although there is state of nature theorists disagree on if the state of nature was an actual historical period or if it's just like a general abstract thing that happens. Samuel von Pufendorf, who was a natural law theorist who influenced John Locke and also took some of Hobbes' ideas, Pufendorf believed the state of nature was an actual historical place that we can detect back through long ago. I think Locke meant it in a more conceptual sense. I could be wrong, but I think that's what he meant. Grain of salt. But anyway, in trying to explain the state of nature theory, Okay, let me just show you this. This is what Nozick does. See this right here? He begins using logical algorithms to explain the state of nature theory. So, if you're into that really rigid, logical, dense kind of reasoning, then go for Nozick. Nozick is a wonderful writer, in my opinion. He's a brilliant thinker. But there were times where I had to put the book down. Because it was like, I had to think about it. And really, reading philosophy is not a race. Reading philosophy should not be a race. You're not in competition with anyone, man. Even me as an aspiring political commentator, I'm not in competition with anyone. No, hell no. I'm in my own lane. I'm not worried about anyone else. I'm worried about Christian Watson. So, I don't mind taking a while to understand and learn a philosophical text. That's important for understanding. That sounds circular, but you get what I'm saying. So, yeah, here's what I would do. I would just get a history of philosophy text, read through it. I had one that I read when I was in high school. I forgot what it's called. Dang it. I forgot what it's called. But you can find them on Amazon easily. I mean, there's so many of them. But the one I had in high school was particularly good because it appealed both to the experts and to the and to the and to the students. So yeah, that's what I would do. I wouldn't jump right into Aristotle, because you have to understand the context that Aristotle was making his stuff in. You have to, and history of philosophy gives you that. And there were also some things that came before Aristotle that influenced him. The pre-Socratics, there's evidence that Heraclitus, who was a pre-Socratic philosopher, and the pre-Socratics are considered like the very, 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 very first of the philosophers. There are a lot of people, there are a lot of pre-Socratics that you know, there are a lot of pre-Socratics that influenced Aristotle. Now, of course, he disagreed with some of that, but you know, they influenced him. So, yeah, that's my opinion. Oh no, it's no problem. Look, I love if I can help someone on their academic journey, because I know what it's like to kind of aimlessly wander around and not really understand the stuff. So, hey, I am very happy to help you. Yeah. So, again, if you guys want to talk to me on Discord, I am in the general chat in my Discord stream. My Discord thing. My Discord, dang it. And my Discord, what is it? Okay, dang it. Sorry, excuse me. I am in the general chat of my Discord server. There we go. And so if you want to hop on the Discord, you'll be on the stream as well. Your voice will be streamed here, and we'll be talking. We'll have a grand time. As Freddie Mercury would say. We're going to have a good time. We're going to have a ball. But no, Maddie, I love it when people... Because, look, philosophy right now is full... Let me just be honest with you. Contemporary academic study of philosophy is full of a bunch of pretentious fucknuts. I'm just going to be honest. My apologies for my French, but contemporary academic philosophy is full with a bunch of pretentious people. And guess what? Any field really is. But I think it's particular... My experiences with philosophy, so I can only speak on that. So... I like it when people say, no, let me study this for myself. Because guess what? That kind of gives you power in a sense. You can't have someone just, the knowledge problem has been a problem since the days of Euthyphro. Those of you who are unfamiliar, excuse me. Euthyphro. It's one of the 5 dialogues. And this is a compilation of the Platonic dialogues I got for class one day. Euthyphro is one of the more famous Platonic dialogues, and Euthyphro essentially was a priest. Now, not a lot is done about Euthyphro, but he was a priest, and this priest was generally considered to be a reputable man. So he was saying a bunch of hollow things that sounded profound. He sounded profound. But when Socrates actually encountered him and began critiquing his ideas, he didn't understand what the definitions of his words were. He couldn't justify them in arguments not sounding circular. Socrates basically showed people, this is how you beat someone who sounds profound, but when the veil is ripped, they are nothing. So, a lot of philosophy students are like Euthyphro, except they know how to mess with words. Now, many aren't. There are many who are not. There are many who are genuinely concerned with the pursuit of knowledge, but some of them are like Euthyphro. And one of my main goals is to never be like never be like Euthyphro. Never be like Euthyphro. Never, ever. Which is why I'm happy there are people that watch me that question what I say and say, Christian, are you sure about this? Because guess what? I want to be sure about this. Or I'm going to be somewhat sure about this at least. So by getting into philosophy, you are breaking the possibility of there being some more Euthyphros. And again, guys, if you want to come and talk to me on the stream, I am in the general Discord chat I'm in the general voice chat of my Discord. You can come and have a conversation with me on the stream if you want to. Exactly. It's why I like to have discussions, because I don't like just talking to you guys through the camera. I love it, but discussions, you can actually hear someone challenge me a little bit more. But yeah, I agree with you. Maddie. Okay, Jacob said, I agree with Eckhart Troll. You remind me of a young Jacob. Oh, Jason Riley, Wall Street Journal, he's awesome, man. I love Jason Riley. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Is it the bald head? No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Oh, we are both losing hair, though, so. No, Jason Riley's a brilliant guy. I love him. I think he's awesome. And look, someone asked me, I'm so sorry. I hope this person's still in the chat. Have I watched the Dark Horse podcast? Someone asked me that. Have I watched the Dark Horse podcast? Someone asked me that a long while ago. Dang it. What's that? Who said that?
Oh, it's me.
Hi, how you doing, man?
So I just have alright. So like, I guess I wanted to know your opinion on how certain, I want to say, journalists, writers, or authors use emotions to incite a reaction out of their audience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, for example, Sean King.
Oh, Sean King is terrible. Oh, he quite literally said. Yeah, sorry, go on.
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Oh, go on.
No,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, please finish your thought. Your thought's more important than what I was about to say. I promise you. Go finish your thought.
I've tried to get I don't know what it's going to take for people to realize that media it targets our feelings, really. At this point, it's not as transparent as it used to be, obviously.
Right.
And I think headlines were always obviously psychologically meant to get heads to turn.
Right.
But the headlines I'm saying now, it's just like, how is this even allowed to be said? Like, some of these are really extreme in the way they're being worded, and of course you're gonna react to those in some sort of way. And sometimes I read these and it's like the article is completely a watered down version of what the headline even was.
Right. Exactly. Again, the conclusions are confirming the premise before the argument's actually made. That's the biggest problem in media today. Yeah, so again, it's partially driven by the desire to have clicks. It's not a particularly profound revelation, but it is partially. Sorry, go on.
I was gonna say it's so obvious. I don't know why people they just don't want to they just don't want to accept that something can be stimulating in terms of how they're reacting. And it's I don't know how else to say it. It's just really obvious at this point. And
it's shameful. It's shameful. So there's an ideological aspect and there's a strategic aspect. The ideological aspect is simply the fact that a lot of these news organizations, even some right-leaning ones, desire to get clicks and the desire to rile to reach people through emotions, because emotions are the easiest way to have certain ideas confirmed. Logic and reasoning takes a long time.
Happens on both sides.
Right, logic and reasoning
But I
takes
see
a
it
long.
Way more on one side.
Well, the left obviously flourishes off of emotion. I think they do. I mean, they have ideas like lived experience as valid metrics of obtaining truth and knowledge of the world. So obviously, the left kind of thrives off of emotion. Excuse me. So absolutely, that's right. And again, it's part of it's ideological, because feelings are made out to have been neglected parts of the world that must be at the forefront of these conversations. And there's always an element with a lot of left-leaning commentaries. There's an element of grievance. And that element of grievance manifests in how a lot of left-wing cultural events are also kind of adulated as well. For example, it is currently Black History Month. Now, many may say, Christian, how dare you call it a left-wing holiday? Well, I think that when you reduce a bunch of people and their accomplishments to a significant thing because they are black, That's personally, I think that you're engaging in a tactic that is common to a lot of left-wing ideologies that see identities and experience as inseparable qualities that must be considered in everything. And that, in fact, they were not considered in the past has led to all this pain. So no, I think the same thing happened with emotions and using emotions.
It's like you said.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go on.
I think there's a little bit of delay. That's why that keeps happening.
Go on.
I was gonna say it's like you said in the video with Gothics that, or actually, no, I'm sorry, Gothics was the one that said this, that it's Black History Month, sure, but there's only discussion about selective Black people.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Not all of Black people.
Why do you think Clarence Thomas is never celebrated during Black History Month? It's not by accident. It's not by accident.
I was gonna say, and I think even if a Black individual had an idea or had a specific set of beliefs that may in one way or another challenge what is being pushed today, I think if they were still influential, they are worthy of discussion.
Agreed.
Because we're so quick to talk about people who, white people were
Right.
problematic.
Right.
But then it's like there's also the good ones too, I guess you could say, quote unquote good ones. I feel like they don't think any white person is good anymore.
Precisely. Goodness is estimated on the
but-
value of goodness is estimated on the value of one's immutable characteristics. So it's very easy to damn people and it's very easy to adulate people when you only have one metric that pretty much eschews any critical thought. Again, human beings tend to like things that are very easy and inexpedient, and the left kind of taking that and using it to their own devices.
Like there's a Senate judge.
But dude, excuse me. Let me. Chat is talking to me. I need to respond real quick. Okay, Whitney. I have heard of the Dark Horse podcast. I have never. Eric Weinstein's a genius, by the way. I know of him. I have never listened to the podcast. If Eric Weinstein wanted to have me on, I mean, do you guys really think that I could be on a podcast with damn Eric Weinstein and still be interesting? I don't know, man. He's something else. Now, if he invited me, obviously I would go, but Jesus Christ, man, that's a high standard to reach, I think. All right, Maddie went. I'm sorry I didn't say bye. Bye, Maddie, if you're watching this on the recording. What is your opinion on the John Birch side? I think they're crazy. My apologies. I'm sorry. They're nuts. They're absolute nuts. Well, okay. Let me back up. Okay. There was a point where the JBS was a necessary force in American society because there was an overarching sympathy towards bad ideas, towards communism. The problem was the JBS took that fact and twisted that fact, twisted that kind of truth into a grievous tool to be used against people who disagreed with them in a country that values and prides free thought. So the JBS was wrong in their strategy, and how they went about trying to correct the communism and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I just don't. I'm not a fan of those kind of people. And if any of you are members of the JBS, I'd be surprised if you are, but if you are, then I still love you and care about you as well as anyone else. But I just don't think that. I think that conspiratorial musings can only go so far. We have to interact with truth. And the JPS was much more interested in conspiracies than they were truth. And that led to a lot of destruction that they left in their wake. What about Thomas Sowell? Thomas Sowell, he is not... There's a reason why a lot of people don't talk about Thomas Sowell. He's brilliant. He's brilliant, but he's also brilliant in a way that is incredibly divergent from the common orthodoxy.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that as well, Thomas Sowell.
Yeah.
I didn't say anything because I thought enough people would already know who he was.
Yeah. So, I think that's right. Steph King. Says Steph Craig. I think that's right.
In his comment sections, there's always that one person that says, "Oh, his main argument is because it happens in other places of the world, it shouldn't be uh, highlighted
Right.
or characterize our identity in who we are in this country." And
Precisely.
and it's
There are
which
there
is
are,
what
yeah, go on, sorry.
which I wouldn't say is what is Thomas's main argument. It's just a fact. And some people choose to focus on that specifically and say, "Oh, he's not a real black because slavery happens everywhere, so apparently it's okay."
The idea that you can
That
discern
happened here, you know.
Yeah, the idea that you can discern ontological truth, validity, the validity of someone's being from their political positions is just ridiculous. There's a clear distinction, obviously. But no, look,
And
man.
it's selective hearing too, because it's not
course.
the only thing he's trying to say.
Of course, of
And
course.
it's not even the main. It's not even the main focus of his, of how he presents his ideas.
Of course, that's right. Yeah, no, Walter Williams, when he died, that kind of hurt me. That guy was one of the most divergent, heterodox, vivaciously heterodox thinkers who dared to say some stuff that most people, even most conservative academics, wouldn't dare say. Walter Williams was amazing. That hurt me when he died, man. Jesus Christ, that was rough. That was rough. Oh, Glenn Lowry, I watched an interview with Glenn Lowry and Coleman Hughes, and the way Glenn Lowry was kind of just testing Coleman's ideas was really much indicative of how Socrates tested the ideas of the ancient Greeks of his time. Glenn Lowry is a ruthless empiricist who holds everyone he talks to at a very high standard. That's why I like him. Do you guys think I should go try to talk to Glenn Lowry? A lot of people have said, "Oh, go talk to him." I'm like, are you sure? You think it's a good idea? I would love to if he wants me to. Should I try to get on his show or whatever? Let's do a poll. Should I try to talk to Glenn Lowry? What do you guys think? Yes? I don't know who Yuri Bezmenov is. I've heard of him. I don't know what I don't know who that is. I've heard of him. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, I need to do some more research about Yuri Bezmenov before I make that decision. Yeah, I need to read more about Yuri Bezmenov. On first glance, I don't see a problem, but I want to read more about him before I make a value judgment. And look, I've talked to some Birchers too, man. I've talked to some some 70-year-old men who were in the Birch Society in the '60s when it was like in its prime, and who were still a part of it. I've talked to some Birchers, guys. I've talked to some. I don't dehumanize people. I just think that a lot of them have a lot of wacky ideas that have no basis in reality. But I mean, I agree with the Birchers on like a lot of things. I mean, they're all pretty much against universal health care. They like small government. They're non-interventionist. So I mean, I'm not saying that their fundamentals are wrong. I'm saying how they carry out some of their ideas. How they carry out some of their ideas is the problematic part. So that's all I'm saying. Yeah. You could join other. Hey, I would love to. A Black Intellectual Roundtable. I would love to, man. If you if anyone knows where I can go find these folks at, because really, I don't have a publicist. I have this microphone, this camera, and a will, and I've used those three things to get me in front of certain people. Some people, when they enter this influencer game, they have a publicist, they have a ornately designed portfolio. I got a lot of work to show, but all that work came from just me. Mostly just me grinding out all kind of stuff, grinding out all kind of content. That's where most of this work comes from. So, I mean, I've been kind of doing this lone wolf kind of thing in this business. And guess what? I presume that I'll reach a point where I have people who want to be a publicist or whatever. Yes, that's right. I have a green chair. That's right. So look, I assume that I will reach a point where people want to be like my publicist or whatever, and I'm gonna kind of miss doing it all by myself. I'm gonna kind of miss it. I'm gonna miss it a lot. I'm gonna miss this a lot. Rob, oh my gosh, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you, man. Oh my gosh, how you doing, buddy? It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you. I love you for coming on. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much for coming on. But yeah, so I'm kind of just doing this by myself, and I like it, guys. I love it. I adore it. I don't mind. There's something about... See, I'm not beholden to any company, to any ideology. I can say what I want to say, within reason, of course, because we know YouTube is going to go crazy if I say some crazy stuff. But I can say whatever I want to say within reason. I'm my own boss. I'm my own boss. I am my own person. I'm my own boss. So that's why I like doing this like this. Would you draw a parallel to the JBS articles to the current? Yes. Oh yeah. It's a little less. So the problem with BLM is that they lack. The JBS had a lot of people in government that helped them out. They had HUAC that was chaired by Richard Nixon when he was a House Congressperson. BLM has government context, obviously, but they lack the broad cultural authority. Because a majority of Americans are right-leaning. Let's be honest. A majority of Americans do not see black people as a sum of their parts. A majority of Americans see black people as individuals. And that is in coherent orthodoxy with the African American experiment. With the American, goodness sakes, with the American experiment. Excuse me. So, I think that the kind of bullying that the BLM does against people who disagree is very much similar to the JBS bullying. The kind of like getting people deplatformed, the cancel culture. Oh yeah, it's very similar. It's just manifesting in different ways.
It's disgusting.
What happened? What happened?
I said cancel culture is so disgusting. People remove all of their own accountability to hold someone else accountable.
Yeah, I agree with you. Cancel culture is one of the greatest evils of the 21st century. Actually, it's not even a 21st century evil. I mean, cancel culture was happening during the Red Scare. Cancel culture was happening back during the colonial days. I mean, the Puritans were actually purveyors of cancel culture of their day. So cancel culture has been around for a very long time, and in all instances, cancel culture is essentially an antipathy towards free expression.
And I understand that, like, if somebody did something illegal, then, like, yeah, call them out. But, like, for example, like the situation with Gina Carano, like, I think that was unnecessary.
Oh, terrible. What Gina was saying, and the funny thing is, and I made a video about this, the funny thing is, Gina Carano, all she was saying is that if you continue to dehumanize your political opponents, that can lead to deadly consequences. Now, I wouldn't have used the Holocaust example personally, but I understand what she was saying. It was not offensive to me. Mm-hmm. I don't understand how it could be seen as offensive. I don't get that. But really, what the Gina Carano, the reaction to the Gina Carano situation was simply indicative of a very, very, very deep-seated rejection of introspection among a lot of people in political life. People are rejecting introspection. People are rejecting
assumed.
What's that?
I'm sorry, I said people assumed she had no sympathy or no care in her heart because of that, and that's not the case.
Right, but the bigger issue, in my opinion, is that people are just rejecting the fact that it's necessary to look at yourself hard, and to evaluate how you are standing up to certain claims. So if Gina Carano says, hey guys, if you keep dehumanizing people, that'll be a bad thing for our political discourse, and you go ahead and you dehumanize her, you are showing her point, number one, and you're actually showing that there is a poverty of value within yourself. There is a deficit of values within your heart, within yourself. What did Eric Clapton say? Eric Clapton, one of the greatest blues guitarists in the history of music, in my personal opinion, He said, before you accuse me, take a look at yourself. Now, he was talking about the context of, him cheating on a girl and the girl accusing him of being... But still, the principle can be applied to other circumstances. So before you accuse someone else, look at what you're doing. Look at what you're doing, man. This is a good song, by the way. I wasn't scared I would sing for you guys, but I'm not trying to destroy your ears tonight. So we're not gonna do that. We're gonna stay away from the singing. We'll let the celebrities do the singing.
I think people like Denzel have some conservative beliefs, but because they stay shut, Hollywood doesn't shun them. But Gina completely, she said, screw it. You know what? She even went on a show with she went on the Daily Wire, I believe, with Ben Shapiro.
Yep.
And she completely threw away basically her livelihood.
Yep.
For the sake of speaking up.
Yep.
And I admire her for that so much.
Yep. And look, the thing about Gina Carano is that she has fans. She has a lot of fans. So I think that she'll be fine. There are some actors whose fan base is either dissipate immediately, or they don't have many fans to back them up, and they just fall, or they're not in their prime anymore. Gina Carano is still in her prime, so I think that she'll be okay. And plus, with Shapiro helping her and everything, I think she'll be okay. Now, I don't think she's going to be able to work in mainstream Hollywood anytime soon. Let me just be honest with you guys.
This is a decision she consciously made herself by going on that show.
Of course. Look, and there are certain people. There are certain actors in Hollywood who hold conservative beliefs that have been able to get away with it for a certain amount of time. There's Tim Allen. Tim Allen,
they hushed up.
Well, but Tim Allen hasn't really hushed up
after a period of time.
Well, Tim Allen has been quite outspoken about his beliefs, but Tim Allen, and for those of you guys who don't know who he was on Home Improvement. He was on several big blockbuster movies throughout the past few years. I mean, Tim Allen is pretty conservative, but he's very moderate with his expression of his beliefs. He'll say them, but he's like, well, this is what I believe. And I'm not trying to attack anyone. He doesn't show his conviction very strong, but he is a very convicted person. Roseanne Barr. Now, Roseanne did a lot of stuff that should have gotten her, that could have gotten her canceled a long time ago. A lot of stuff. I mean, the national anthem thing, people were mad about that. She has been basically dodging bullets up until recently when her show came back. It's one of the highest rated shows on TV. Then she makes a innocent comment, in my opinion, about Valerie Jarrett, and she gets canceled. So there are some people whose prime was in the 90s, and she was able to survive without dealing with a lot of the coddling that exists now. She comes in, she manifests in the modern day. She may survive for a little bit, but she doesn't understand the cultural context that she exists in. So she gets canned. Scott Baio. Now, I love Scott Baio. I think Scott Baio is awesome. I had him on my show. If you guys didn't know that, look up Scott Baio, Christian Watson, or just go on this channel and go back a few weeks ago where I had him on my show. Scott Baio is a phenomenal man. Scott Baio has been blacklisted from Hollywood for a very, 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 very long time. Scott Baio can't really find any work anymore. I think that his very last enduring TV role was See Dad Run, which was on Nickelodeon. And I love See Dad Run personally. It was a very family-friendly show. He just did a show called a movie called Courting Mom and Dad, which I encourage you guys to go check out. We want to support Scott Baio. We want to support Scott Baio. He's a wonderful guy. He's a very wonderful guy. And so I might bring him back on a few times to have a conversation. I might bring him on Stream sometime. We'll see. We love Scott Baio. What's Kanye West? And so Kanye West is deluded, is what he is. Kanye West is deluded. He is a busybody lumbering through space without an aim. He is a musical genius, but he doesn't. So I think what Kanye. And I'm not saying this because Kanye's beliefs. I think that him expressing his beliefs and the response that he got from them are exactly what's wrong. Exactly what's wrong with the mentalities that pervade Hollywood and the music industry. But I don't think.
I mean, he's got
Yep.
I think he's suffering a lot of psychological and mental warfare.
Yeah, so do I. So do I.
And
yeah.
I think deep down he has good intentions, but the industry he was in, I mean, and you know how his path, his spiritual journey is going,
Yeah.
and such. And just recently, like I did what Jesus told us not to do. I judged him. I was like, you know what, this, I mean, with reason though too, because he did some really sus things when he first transitioned and
Right.
when he first converted, and
Right.
but like I think recently he got sued by the Sunday service choir
Right.
because he wants to get out. He doesn't. I don't think he wants to be in Hollywood any longer.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the
And
reasons
it's
why.
crazy because it almost felt like he was one of those people who idolized Hollywood and never wanted to get out.
Yeah,
But
no,
I
I
he's
think
genuinely trying, but
Yeah.
he's coming from a place of trauma and warfare inside his own head.
right.
It's very hard for him to articulate what he's trying to say or do.
I think he is mentally right now. He's mentally challenged, and I pray for him. I hope that he gets all right. But while he's mentally challenged, I mean, he shouldn't be talking about politics. And when I say mentally challenged, all I mean is that I don't mean like he has issues up there. That's not what I mean. I mean that he is under a lot of strife right now, and when you're under a lot of strife, a lot of stress, it's going to be very difficult for you to make coherent arguments. Because if you're going to be a black conservative in Hollywood, you better be ready to fight. You better be ready to fight, man. You better be ready to go to war. You better be ready to go to war. Man, that's like walking into a sea of piranhas with blood all over you. You better be ready to fight.
I mean, in the family that he.
Oh, the Kardashians. The
Kardashians, like
The Kardashians are some of the
liberal
most.
ambassadors.
The Kardashians are some of the most. Let me not say. Someone told me. I think I had an aunt that told me, Christian, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So I'm gonna hold my peace on Kim Kardashian and that entire family. But just know that I'm displeased with what I see. Lord have mercy. You make a porn tape. Let's just be honest. You make a porno tape. People like it. You become famous. Typically, what happens when that happens is you become famous in the porn industry, and you become a cult figure. You don't become someone in the modern forefront of the consciousness of people. Well, hey, what do I know? That's just some.
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, not to get all spiritual here, but I'm pretty sure her family has a history of witchcraft.
Maybe they do. Maybe they do. I don't know. Maybe they do.
That's according to family members in the Middle East.
Yeah, I don't know, but I do know that Kim Kardashian, that entire family, is just they are driven by materialism. They're driven by likes. Mm-hmm. They are hollow automatons, lumbering for particular things and not actually enduring and investing in the wholeness of their humanity. They're sad people. They're manicured Barbies for public approbation. They're sad, sorry. In my community, you would say sorry ass people. Excuse the language.
I don't understand how you can have such influence, how you can be so well known and not feel like I would hate to be famous, man. I don't know how that is supposed to be handled by an individual person. And it's like, yeah, you have people here and there that do some of the work for you and stuff, but as an individual, knowing that so many eyes are on you. I mean, and the Kardashians get canceled like every other week.
You are funny, Dead Fudge. You are funny, man.
And then they're on float all over again. It's like they got canceled for like maybe an hour or two, and then they're fine. They're like, they dodge bullets here and there.
Yeah, they do. Man, hey, I don't know, man. I don't know these people. I don't understand this culture. I don't understand it, man. I don't. There's a reason why. And not saying the 80s and the 90s and the 70s were the pinnacle of all greatness, because they weren't. I mean, in the 70s and 80s, you had a huge cocaine problem. You had all kind of stuff going on that was terrible. But at least in America, you did. But what I'm saying is, I think we've reached a point where it becomes easier to appeal to people with vanity. I think it becomes easier. And why is that? I don't know. Maybe it's the propagation of materialism. I don't know. Fame for what, though? Fame for virtue is good. That's right. And fame for meme-age is bad. I agree with you, man. I agree with you, Rob. I agree with you. The Kardashians, my lord. But Kanye has some good songs, I think. Well, I don't listen to that kind of music, but still, Gold Digger? Oh, God have mercy.
Once that idiocracy is becoming a roadmap, I agree. You can get famous. Like, what's her name? I don't remember her name. But the young lady who put a glue in her hair.
Put glue in her hair?
Gorilla glue.
Gorilla
that
glue.
ridiculous mess.
Gorilla.
And then
She
I believe
she put the Gorilla glue on her hair to flatten her hair, and just look it up, dude. You can't write this stuff.
She put gorilla glue
because she ran out of a certain hair product and decided that Gorilla Glue was the best alternative. The Washington Post went on a tangent about it too. The Washington Post was like, they explained the whole situation, and at the very end of the article, they went off about racism and how the shape and image of the bottle itself was offensive.
Okay, hold up. We're gonna.
And how it's hard.
Apparently, there's a video.
It's hard to dictate the difference. Yeah, they were like, it was difficult to dictate the difference between the Gorilla Glue bottle and a bottle of hair product called Gorillas. It's not.
Okay.
But I think she knew what she was doing.
Okay, my ad blocker. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see. What the hell? All right, let's see what's going on here.
The worst part is she's a teacher and a mother.
Oh. She looks...
Get out of here.
She looks in distress. Oh, Lord. Okay, I'm just looking at a picture right now. God have mercy. I'm not even trying to be comedic. When in life does it get this bad? She's obviously not that... Beauty is not all that matters. I think there's a beauty of the soul and there's a beauty of the physical body. But it's obvious that she is obviously a very pretty woman, a beautiful person. Okay, let's watch. What the heck?
At least her edges look nice.
Hey y'all, for those of y'all that know my hair has been like this for about a month now. It's not by choice. No, it's not by choice. When I do my hair, I like to, finish it off with the little Got to Be glue spray. Just to keep it in place. Well, I didn't have any more Got to Be glue spray, so I used this.
Hold on. She didn't have any more what? Back it up. What? Oh, Jesus. This is a human being crying out for help. Okay, let's back it up. Okay.
Hey, y'all. For those of y'all that know my hair has been like this for about a month now. It's not by choice. No.
Oh, obviously you made a choice. Okay, let's keep going.
No, it's not by choice. When I do my hair, I like to, finish it off with the little Got to Be glue spray. Just to...
The what? The Got Be... If any of you in the chat don't know what she's saying, please let me know. Lord have mercy.
Keep it in place. Well, I didn't have any more Got to Be glue spray, so I used this.
What is the Got Be boop still? What is that? I'm trying not to laugh because this is a human being who's in distress. So I'm going to pray for her, but...
Gorilla Glue spray. Bad idea. Yo, look. My hair, it don't move. You hear what I'm telling you? It don't move. I've washed my hair 15 times.
Sorry.
And it don't move. Stiff wear. Woo. My hair. So I'm going to tell y'all like this. If you ever run out of Got to Be glue spray,
what is Got to Be? What is that? Okay, let me rewind that again. What the hell?
My hair. So I'm going to tell y'all like this. If you ever run out of Got to Be glue spray, don't ever use this unless you want your hair to be...
All right. Jesus. What? Okay. Let's be pensive about this. How does it ever get to that damn point? We are so worried about how we look that we are going to certain lengths to perfect this image.
Well, it's not even that. Don't forget the Tide Pod challenge. Her mentality is ridiculous.
Yeah. I think that the Tide Pod challenge.
So
Tide Pod is just stupid, right? That's just stupid. That's just people, a lot of kids mostly, trying to endure this daredevil challenge. That's just teen stupidity or young adult stupidity, I think. But this lady puts a lot of. If you look at her eyes, her contacts, and her eyelashes, she puts a lot of emphasis on her appearance. It should never get to that point. That's sad. Rob, us hairless lads have no idea. Yeah, I don't use a gun. I don't know what that is.
It's called got to be, as in got the word, to the number, and be the letter.
Oh, got to be glued. Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know what. God. Whew. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't. Okay. Yeah, why did she go from got to be glued? Did she have any idea what she was doing? I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm sorry. I should not be laughing. I'm a bad person. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. I shouldn't be laughing. I should not be laughing. I am a terrible person. But I'm sorry.
And there's got to be something on the label too, not to apply onto human skin or something like that.
You would think. You would think so.
There's no excuse for that.
You would think so.
And then I don't know, man. The Washington Post, and they, like I said in the end of their coverage on this, said something about, I don't know how it turned into discrimination. Hair discrimination, apparently, is what it's called. And they're like, she wouldn't have needed to do this if there wasn't such a strong expectation for black women to wear their hair like this, blah blah blah. And it's ridiculous.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Okay.
Black women's hair choices are often labeled as self-hate or Afrocentric with no in-between, said Christine Denise Rao, professor of American Studies at California State University. Many of us have not been in that particular predicament, but we know what it's like to do something crazy, to get it to lay a certain way, such as toothbrushes for our baby hair, etc., etc. Black women's hair care has long been discussed like it's a freak show, with comments about how much they spend on straightening treatments and hair extensions, etc. And it just went into a whole. It doesn't have anything to do with the situation.
I'm sorry. Who has a lot of? Sorry, go on, man.
It says the Gorilla Glue. This is the title, the headline. The Gorilla Glue Girl saga drew ridicule, but also a sense of community among others. So, if hair mishaps can bring the community together,
then they're all good, then, right?
I wish this should have happened a long time ago.
Oh, if hair mishaps are how we bring together communities, then Christian is fucked. Excuse my language.
Where was the community when the mullet came around, man? We needed that at the most.
Oh no! Oh man. I'm gonna say an unpopular thing. I think mullets.
That's a hair mishap right then. Oh, maybe the rat tail. That too. Man, where was the community in that?
Okay, in all seriousness. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think the story's too funny. The story's too funny. I'm sorry, guys.
Someone in the comments said, I thought she was saying goppity goop spray.
I'm sorry, guys. It's too funny. I'm sorry, guys.
Rob Duffy in the comments. I'm not sure if all of her hair was removed, but
I'm sorry, guys. This is too far.
Her scalp is recovering, according to her.
Okay, I need to breathe. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't. Okay, all right. Get it together, Christian. Okay. Sorry. I'm supposed to be the commentator here. Okay. Supposed to be the. Okay. Why would she? Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Sense of community, huh?
I apologize for that, man. Didn't mean to derail it that bad, man.
No.
I'm kind of curious. Like, I don't know who has Gorilla Glue spray specifically in their house anyway.
I'm sorry. All right. Okay.
What is so strong yet so weak that it has to be a spray?
Whew. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try not to think about it. Okay.
Got to be. Got to be glue.
What the hell? What? How does that
Could have
happen?
just let that soul glow, man.
How does that happen? Oh my Jesus. I don't even have anything philosophical to say. I just have to.
Who goes to the hardware store to get hair products?
Man. Okay, come on. Back to reality, okay.
Maybe
Okay.
I can use that glue to lift my what's it called? Crow's foot.
Oh my God. What? Okay.
Natural
Bro,
facelift.
you're
right
17, man. You got no crow's feet.
Oh, Jesus.
there. No, I'm just kidding. But realistically, you could get a facelift with that glue. You know, people with turkey necks might take advantage of this glue next.
Oh my gosh. How the freak? Excuse me, I'm kind of spitting everywhere now. Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. How the freak do you mistake? How do you mistake Gorilla Glue? Oh, people are gonna think I'm a lunatic. I'm sorry. People are gonna think I'm a lunatic. I'm sorry.
Christian, you want to know how much money she raised from this too?
Okay, that is the most. That is the craziest story that I've had the misfortune of knowing about. These comments in the chat, guys, you're killing me. Okay, man. Whew. Okay.
Her
Sorry.
GoFundMe is over $23,000 and is donating
Excuse me.
$20,000 of it.
Excuse me. Jesus have mercy. Okay.
At least she was able to admit that it was stupid. She
Okay.
went. I don't remember what platform it was on, but she went out to say that it was a mistake.
So let me understand the narrative real quick. So essentially, what happened is this lady ran out. This lady ran out of. God, okay, hold on. Whew, okay, this lady.
Stay on target.
This lady.
My story's crazy. Similar thing happened to my buddy Josh. He had to get surgery and everything.
Okay, Okay. This lady ran out of regular hair products. And she somehow had the means to obtain more hair products. And instead of sticking to what she knew, instead of simply getting a regular hair product, she went somewhere and got Gorilla Glue. I don't think they sell Gorilla Glue in hair stores. I don't think they sell them in hair stores. Now, I don't go to hair stores very often. Actually, I'll show you guys a story. When I first started going bald, I freaked out at 16. That was like five years ago, I think. I freaked out.
16.
Yeah, I went bald at 16. Yeah.
years old, already going bald.
Yeah. I was a stressed little lad, but it's also genetic as well. So when I first went bald at 16, I had my mother take me to the hair store, and I got what is it, anti-bald stuff, That doesn't work, by the way. Little spray that you put. So I sprayed it, my bald spot. I sprayed it on my bald spot. Don't laugh at me, please. Actually, if you want to, you can. I sprayed it on my bald spot. I'm like, okay. I rubbed it in. I'm like, okay, I got to grow my hair back. And of course, it never worked. And I'm like, okay, why is my hairline still receding? And they're like, well, I mean, did you do it right? I'm like, I followed the freaking instructions. Now, of course, I just learned to be comfortable with being bald. Being bald is cool. I don't have to worry about actually having hair is kind of uncomfortable for me. I prefer being bald. I think I look better that way. You know, I like it. But it took me a long time. Because I went bald at 16. And I had a lot of people who would like laugh or who would like put their hands in the middle of my head and like, oh, you're going bald, huh? All kind of stupid stuff. Anyway, excuse me, that was a side note. But anyway, so Eckhart, you're killing me, man. You're killing me, dude. So this lady ran out of a hair product, and obviously she did not go to to a hair store. She went to like some hardware store, and was the label obscured? Because like she's like, no, I knew this was Gorilla Glue. So I mean, obviously, I think she had a pretty good damn idea. And I'm pretty sure there's labeling. I'm pretty sure the Gorilla Glue was not trying to deceive her. If I was like a living can of Gorilla Glue and like someone like her like bought me, I'd be like screaming, "Hey, stop it! I'm not used for this purpose, guys. Stop it! No, hey, no, take it back to my I want to be used for like floorboarding or something." Like, how does it ever get to this? Oh my gosh. Oh my Jesus. What? Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, hold it together, Christian. Hold it together. Okay. What? Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I need to contain my thoughts. Jesus Lord.
Now, out of curiosity, have you ever seen the movie Idiocracy?
I need to. I have. People have told me that I need to. Terry Crews is in it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Camacho. Yes.
Oh, I love Terry
Fabulous
Crews, man.
role, but the movie is it's frightening. If you watch it now, it is absolutely scary because this is where things are heading. Do yourself a favor, watch it.
Yeah, I need to watch that. And when Terry Crews got blasted for saying that he thought Black Lives Matter was counterproductive, I actually reached out to him, and he never responded, unfortunately. But I think Terry Crews. I want to get him on the show. I think that'd be excellent.
He's an absolute great human being.
He is.
He's so relatable. I mean, the man's honest. He's true to his feelings. I mean, he's a great role model.
Yeah, Terry Crews is awesome.
Yeah, and he's built.
Yes,
Yeah,
he is.
I love his facial hair.
Yeah, he's quite built.
You know, Christian, this instance, this reminds me, like, whenever I see somebody on, like, Instagram or something where, like, like there are people in urban communities in the United States who have never heard of the Holocaust and don't know what it is. I think it really speaks to the educational system and how good it's doing for people for teaching them how to take on the world.
Yep. If you would just let the greatest, most racist, either inherently or not inherently, racist presumption that so many progressives make about black folks is that their education and their, all that needs to be provided to them through certain government stuff. But in all reality, if you look at this statistically, black students outperform every other ethnicity, including Asian students, when they are in charter schools comparatively, compared to how they do in public schools. So I mean,
well, is that because the only ones who are in chartered schools are ones whose parents have the money to be able to pay for it, as opposed to the free option?
No.
I know black students in my public school who have exceptional academic performance.
Yeah. Right.
But they choose to stay within the school system because they want to prove to everybody that being black isn't going to hold them back. Right. And hey, that's great. They had a speech about it, and a lot of people in our community were kind of upset over it. You can understand why. Yeah. But a lot of people also triumphed that student.
Right.
and I respect him very much for that.
Right. The point is not that that the money is what. I mean, obviously money is important when you have that kind of stuff. The point is that when across the country, it's been shown that when you give African American students choice in where to go to school, even in areas like Oakland, California. Oakland is not the richest place in the world. It's actually pretty destitute. You give someone, no offense to someone who lives in Oakland, but you give an African American kid in Oakland a chance to go to somewhere different, they tend to succeed. That's the statistical norm. So I just wish that was more emphasized. I wish school choice was more emphasized. And it's funny, a lot of people who are against school choice are either the teachers' unions or the teachers themselves. Or the superintendents, all of whom have a vested interest in keeping students in the system. So, oh no, I love school choice, Whitney. I love it. I think that it's wonderful. I don't think that you should be limited to your zip code or your geography in terms of where you take your kid to get an education. And more so, I think homeschooling and doing other alternatives like online school. So for middle school, I did online school. I did not step foot into a classroom except for like a week during middle school. I did online schooling because I was in a urban area that was pretty damn bad, had a lot of gang violence, and my mother was working a lot of hours, so she couldn't supervise me. Although that wasn't a problem because I even at 10 years old, I was a pretty responsible lad. I was sitting down reading ancient Greek myths. I wasn't doing anything wild. But still, even the most responsible lad, I think, even the most responsible lad, I think, can be corrupted by bad influences. So I was in online school for the duration of my middle school career, and I learned more in that portion of my schooling than I have in the 4 years of high school that I had before going into university. So, high school was terrible for me, by the way. And I went to a public school. Everything was awful. There were some light moments, but everything was awful. I mean, what? Shanana? Shanane? Okay.
What?
Shanane. Interesting name. Yeah, there's someone in the chat called Shanane. Okay, Shanane. Shanane. I mean, I had parental supervision, but basically I made my own path in life, yes. Yeah. And I still am.
Put it out there, just say it.
I still am. I'm not letting them out. So a lot of people in college are like, well, I'm doing this major because my parents told me to, and they're paying for stuff. Or I'm doing this. Look, man. Some people have situations. I get it. I understand it. Fine. Good. I mean, I'm not gonna attack anyone that has a different sort of paradigm by which they measure their educational value. I'm not gonna do that. For me, my condition for going to college was that I would be able to choose what I'm majoring in. I would be able to choose what my intellectual energy is going to be focused on. Because ultimately, who's living this life? Me. Even if you help me pay for college, I'm still living this life, man. I'm not going to labor under your desires for me. I'm going to manifest my own destiny. And I'm asking you to help me manifest my own destiny. If you can't do that, maybe college isn't for me. Maybe college isn't for me. Maybe I need to go somewhere else. Now, thankfully, it worked out for me. A lot of kids would have their parents say, "Oh no, man, you need to go. Follow what I say, and you do what I say too." So it's whatever, man. I have always had an individualistic streak about me. So, all right, NWO, thank you for staying, man. I appreciate it. That was funny. That was hilarious. That was hilarious. Oh my god. Gorilla Club. How does that happen? But yeah, no, I was trying to make a point earlier. I do think that a lot of people in America are overly concerned about how they look. And obviously she puts a lot of emphasis on her appearance with the eyelashes and the overdone makeup and everything. It's obvious that she's trying to look as beautiful as possible. And for what reason?
I think, I don't know why, I don't find heaps of makeup attractive at all. I especially don't find
Well,
exaggerated features attractive.
Some people do. Some people think some people do, and some people feel insecure if they don't have a lot of foundation on. Now, to me, I understand. Look, insecurity is a thing that happens. I'm insecure even about some things. That's okay. For a very long time, I didn't like my bald head. It's okay to be insecure about things, but it's not okay to let those insecurities make you doubt your own worth. You are beautiful and you are wonderful, independent of how you look physically. Beauty is something that should be understood as independent of the physical body. Now, obviously, I'm not going to say that physical appearance is irrelevant or immaterial. It obviously isn't. I mean, do you know how many people I've had message me saying, "Oh yeah, Gothic is intelligent. Can you put in a good word for me because I want to marry her"? Do you know how many people I've had message me that crap?
Oh my.
I'm like, huh? What?
And I honestly think people who approach others like that I think they fetishize people like that, and I think.
Yep. Do you know how many people? So it disturbs me because the question becomes, okay, are you interested in what I have to say or what I can potentially give you? I mean, let's just be honest about this here. What drives you? So, we have to understand that the foundation of the mind and the soul is far more important than the foundation of your face. Look, Gothics is a very conventionally attractive woman, but you get my point, Dead Fudge. You get my point. People are kind of like looking at her primarily in that light, and that disturbs me. Because it makes me think, okay, what if she wasn't? Would you still see her the same way? Mm-hmm. Would you still value her? Yeah, I think, she does. Which is why I'm like, why are you asking? First of all, even if she was single, you shouldn't be asking me. Look, Gothics and I are new friends. I'm still getting to know her and everything. Even if I was tight with her, I wouldn't want. What? That'd be creepy as hell. But the fact that she has a boyfriend makes it even more creepy. Because they know this. She talks about it all the damn time. She had her boyfriend on her stream. There are some people who are so motivated by the passions and their desires that they just, Lord have mercy. Mr. Whittle, how you doing, sir? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Thank you for coming over and joining us.
Speaking of Gothics, apparently...
What?
Something happened with her TikTok.
What?
Let's see.
What do you mean something happened?
Context.
Was she delete? What were you look?
She said, I'm on her Twitter right now. She said, asking questions is hate speech now? Since when? At TikTok US. But your moderation team was okay with me getting bullied. Make it make sense.
Hold on. Was Gothics banned from TikTok? Look, I say take that as a badge of honor. TikTok is trash. It is the place for all the trash deposits of the world. I mean,
oh, she has a video.
Yeah.
Video statement on it.
Yeah, I'm sorry that happened to her. I'll have to look at that eventually, but no, I mean, TikTok is trash.
She has 19,000 followers.
In fact, let me show you guys why TikTok is trash, okay? Let me show you, actually. I'm going to show you guys. There is this new...
You don't got to show us, we know.
No, I'm going to show you guys.
Oh, gosh. I deleted TikTok like 9 months ago.
I'm going to show you guys. So, I'm sure you guys, regardless of what your age is, you should know there are a lot of challenges on TikTok, like, this challenge, that challenge, and there's this one challenge that I'm thinking of making a reaction video to. We'll test it out here. But there's this one challenge, and it's a little inappropriate, but it is the Bust It Open challenge, Bust It challenge basically, and I find it to be some of the most disturbing stuff in the world. So
I don't understand. Women, they objectify themselves and then complain.
Be cautioned, guys.
Culture objectifies them.
This is inappropriate. So just be cautioned. I assume all of you are big girls and big boys. If you're not,
All right, you can wait.
Yeah, if you're not big boys and big girls, then please just like tune out. But I'm gonna show you exactly what's going on. So, hold on. Okay, let's see it. Let's see what we got here. Okay, is it displaying to everyone? Okay. Let's react to this, okay? And again, if you guys are not big girls and big boys, don't watch this, okay? Alright, this is one of the reasons why I think TikTok is one of the worst things in existence.
They say culture objectifies them, and they decide to objectify themselves.
Yeah, I'm about to react to this one second. I'm gonna do it. Okay, hold up.
In the sample.
Do you see what? Do you see what she just did? First of all, she has this crop top. She's not dressed modestly. Okay, let's continue. Let's just continue. Let's go on. Christian, have mercy. Now what's about to happen? See? No, see. So she's already dressed immodestly.
Was a little delayed online.
And then, like, she just, like, drops down. And what message are you putting out? You're putting this on the internet. And TikTok can be put on YouTube. And this has over 3 million views. I'm not sure what this woman's profession is. But what if people find out, oh, it's her doing this kind of stuff? Let's keep going. We're not going to watch too much of this crap. Okay. You see, she's supposed to be unattractive in this thing. She's supposed to be... Although, I mean, she looks like a normal person to me. There's an aesthetic component to this, right? Oh, I'm modest here. I'm just boring old person, and I need to do something extreme to become something bigger than my current self.
I mean,
You see? She's biting her lip. She has too much makeup on. She has these artificial eyebrows. Her hair is all gelled up. Her breasts are showing. I mean, look, I don't. Look, man, if you wanna project a certain image, that's fine. I don't care. But I bet you that a lot of these same girls will be out there talking about how there's a lot of patriarchy or a lot of misogyny going on. And my question is, what do you do to stop this kind of stuff? What do you do? Do you dress up like you wanna... If you dress up like you wanna just go over to the corner and hit it right there, then guess what? You're going to attract the kind of energy. That's not saying it's not right.
they're gonna tell you that the way they dress should dictate how they're being treated.
And look, I don't... No one should have to endure harassment or anything because of how they dress. But there are some people who do not respect you. And
I'm just saying what they would say. I'm not
right.
I understand what you're saying, of course.
There are a lot of folks who will not respect.
They're gonna be like, it's not your, it's not your business how I decide to dress. This shouldn't be holding me back. This should hold me back from getting opportunities. Blah 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 and such.
Well, I mean,
but it should, because you have. I mean, you're in the workforce. You gotta.
Right. Let's keep going. Okay. Apparently this is... Okay, man. Okay, dude. Okay, this is... Okay, that's kind of funny, actually. That's kind of funny. Okay, we're not gonna attack... That's kind of funny. She's still, like... Okay, that's kind of funny. Let's go on. Okay, now, you see what's going on here, man? No, man. Look at this. She went from looking like a messed up Amanda Bynes to Rihanna in 2 seconds. And look at this. Look at this, man. Look at this. This stuff gets millions upon millions upon millions of hits on TikTok. This is the kind of stuff that goes viral. This is the kind of stuff that creates stardom. All right, I've had enough. I'm feeling sick. I've had enough of that crap. Bust it open. In my neighborhood, you know what that meant? Do you know what that meant in my neighborhood when I was growing up? Bust it open. Do you know what that meant? What that means?
Probably sounds like maybe like, I don't know, shoot someone,
Dude.
break into their house.
Oh my gosh. You're a trip, dude. You're a trip. Shoot someone, raid their house. That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I mean, does that not sound like something it could mean?
Oh, Lord have mercy. That's not what it means. You know that's not what it means. Anyway, that's enough of that. I'm not gonna...
Well,
No.
if you mean in a sexual connotation,
That's precisely what it meant.
I know that's what you were talking about, but I'm saying maybe I was sitting with the hope that there's a possibility it meant something else.
No. In the neighborhood that they met, put a bus on it and bus... What? Oh my gosh, Whitney, you're a mess. You're a mess. You're a mess. You're a mess. Oh my Lord. But yeah, so that's the kind of stuff that gets traction on TikTok. So Gothic should be
Sex
very.
does sell.
What's that?
Sex sells. It
It
draws
does.
the attention.
It does sell. Whether it's Hugh Hefner in the '60s with a bunch of women around him and having Playboy bunnies or ordering shit, or whether it's that stuff, it sells. That's right.
It's the free market at play. People want to see that shit.
They do. All I'm saying is that I have a right to criticize that shit. that's all I'm saying. I mean, look, if you shouldn't be restricted or forced to dress a certain way by force from the government or even from other people. Dress how you want to dress. My thing is, you should understand that sometimes when you dress a certain way, you're not respecting yourself, or you're conveying a certain message about yourself. If I were to dress, now this is something I have the option to dress differently. Like if you're like a homeless person, you can't dress any other way. I'm not talking about you. But if I have a wardrobe, not a very big one. All of my stuff was bought on the clearance rack, so it's obviously not fancy either. But if I were to come on this stream with holes in my jacket and my hair is like all the way up here and it's grown out and like this part is down and I'm looking ratty and tacky, I would expect you guys to say, "God, what the hell is going on? Are you okay, Christian?" Because you guys know I have other stuff that I can wear. Even if you don't know me personally, you've seen my videos, I'm wearing different things all the time. I'm just being unkempt, or I'm just portraying a certain message about myself. I think these girls, I'm just deducing here, I don't know, have more that they could wear than that they can still look pretty in. It's not wrong to look pretty. It's not wrong to look attractive. It's not wrong. It's just... That's fine.
Well, maybe they're poor and they can't afford the cloth. You ever think of how privilege plays a role in it, Christian? You ever think of that?
Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, my God. See, man. The death of me is going to be laughing to death, I promise you. My humor goes everywhere, man. I laugh at too damn much. I swear. Just a reminder, guys, if you want to chat with me, I'll be on here for another hour. I said that 2 hours ago, I know, but I'll be on here for another hour. Because I gotta go make a video for tonight. I gotta make my video for tonight. Joe Biden. I'm gonna talk about Joe Biden. But I'll be on here for another hour. So if you guys want to talk to me, the Discord is in the link of the video. Come talk to me. I want to hear from you. I love the interactions. Come talk to me. So you can just log into Discord, come into the general chat. I'm there. You can talk to me. Because I love the talks. I love the interactions. Somehow I always pay more for less cloth. That's hilarious. It's hilarious. Is Harry more godly or should we shave? It depends on it depends on who you are, right? If it depends. I mean, if you like to have that aesthetic, good for you. For Christian Watson, I don't want that. I think that I prefer me being clean shaven. I think I look more presentable to you guys. It's just my thing. But I think that it depends. What do you want? What do you want? What are your desires? What do you want in life, man? That's the question that all of us should ask ourselves. What do we want in life? And it's okay if you never get to a satisfactory answer. But, yeah. So, yeah. If you guys want to talk to me, I'll be on for another hour. I've been doing this for like 4 hours now, I think. My God. My God, my Lord. It's a lot of time to be doing this stuff. But I love it, guys. I don't feel tired. I love interaction. It's the spice of life. In my opinion, at least. The spice of life. But yeah, so is hair not much talking right now. Okay, have you ever seen the skit Eddie Murphy did on Saturday Night Live, White Like Me? I have not. Can you be? Eddie Murphy's one of the greatest comedians to ever grace mankind, in my opinion. I think he's making a comeback, but the Delirious and some of the kind of stuff he did back in the 80s, some brilliant stuff. I'm not proud or tired. What are you talking about, Thin White Axe? What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're talking about. But yeah, again, guys, I'm in the Discord. So if you want to talk to me, from Alice's Restaurant Massacre. Alice is getting massacred? That's not good. Yikes. Has Alice called the police? I don't want Alice to get massacred. Yikes. George Carlin is wonderful. Well, okay, I'm not. He's leftist, but I'm not. But I love the way he weaved political commentary into comedy. George Carlin was brilliant. So, yeah, I think that missionary said nudeness is heathenism. So apparently being nude is to be a heathen. I didn't know that. Oh, I should know that. Arlo's wonderful. Arlo said you gotta walk that lonesome valley, you know. You gotta walk that lonesome valley. You've gotta walk it by yourself. Nobody here can walk it for you. You've gotta walk it by yourself. Daniel was a Bible hero. He was a prophet, grave and true, in a den of hungry lions. He showed what faith would do for you. That's a beautiful song. That was by Arlo Guthrie and Pete Seeger back in the 80s. You've got to walk that lonesome valley. Have you observed that Ivy League students gain a warped perception of the political spectrum? An example being a classically liberal today on a campus. Well, an example being a classical liberal today on a campus classified them. So, are you saying that an example of warped perception is when classical liberals call themselves conservatives? Is that what you're saying, Rebellion to Tyrants? Or are you saying that there's a general misunderstanding of what these terms mean amongst Ivy League students? Because I imagine those are two very different things. But to answer your question, I think that there are certain ideologies that pervade a lot of Ivy League schools. If you go to Harvard or Princeton, you'll probably get taught Keynesian economics. You'll probably get taught a lot of ideas that are decidedly leftist. There are some right-wing professors over at those places, but not many. They're not the majority. So I do think that, and there a lot of prominent left-wing academics come from those places as well. What is all the Coca-Cola stuff on the internet about? Well, so what happened was Coca-Cola had their employees. It's actually pretty funny. Coca-Cola had their employees. And excuse the noise in the background. My roommates are being crazy for some reason. Coca-Cola had their employees attend a LinkedIn training by Robin DiAngelo, which was supposed to teach them how to transcend their whiteness. They had their employees do that. Now, there has been a lot of outrage. We have to credit the great Dr. Karlin Boroshenko. We have to credit her. I love Karlin. She's a friend of mine. She's great. I've been on her platform before. Karlin Boroshenko. She blew the whistle. She made the videos. She went on Glenn Beck and exposed this. Then afterwards, Carlson picked up. And Tucker Carlson exposed it as well. And then boom. LinkedIn retracts it. Robin DiAngelo takes a turn and says, nope, not me. And this kind of training goes down. So that's what's been happening. Coca-Cola tried to push wokeness onto their employees. And unfortunately, Mr. Whittle, this is what's happening. This is what's happening to a lot of companies. They are getting suckered into this social justice ideology nonsense. But yeah, Karlin Boroshenko's wonderful. We love Karlin Boroshenko. Wonderful. So she has exposed this. She did a great job. And I think it's war from now on, my friends. It's war, man. It's war. It is war. We have to... Peaceful war. That sounds oxymoron, doesn't it? Not violence. But it is intellectual combat against these ideas. Against wokeness. Against critical theory. Against social... Against any idea that makes me nothing more than what you see here. We have to go to war. We have to engage in some epistemic war. Some epistemic battles again. We have to throw barbs of truth at it. It's time to go to war, guys. Intellectual war, of course. No violence. No violence. No violence. I, Christian Watson, am not advocating for violence. No violence. No violence. Zero zilch. Hook conservative. Man. Hook conservative. I actually watch Hood Conservative. He's a guilty pleasure. Jersey Jen. I like Hood Conservative. I like him. I like Hood Conservative. I like. He is so funny, guys. I swear. He reminds me of a lot of people in my old community. I swear. He keeps it, what they call it. He keeps it real, right? And my God. That's hilarious. How is school going? School's going fine. It's fine. It's monotonous, really. I would rather be in front of all of you right now talking to you about issues of the day than actually going and doing university. I would rather be sitting here right now talking to you guys than in university right now. Not because I don't like to learn. As you guys have seen throughout the stream, I have a lot of books on my desk. I love to learn. I love to read. I think university is kind of an impediment to me right now, rather than a boon. So I'd rather be doing my career, which is hopefully to be a public intellectual, full time. I'd rather be doing that full time. But school's fine. I don't complain. Well, I do complain. I just did. But it's okay. I don't complain. But yeah, Eckhart, YouTube. It's your favorite uncle. It's your favorite cousin, the Hooded Conservative. He's wonderful. He's wonderful. What is a pensive stream? A pensive stream is any live stream that causes one to think critically about anything. Pensive. Well, look, I've asked Hood. I said, Hood, I wanna be on your stream, man. He's like, well, let me check out your content, man. I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's fine. Okay, Whitney, don't scream at me. Don't scream and don't be scared, okay? I'm majoring in philosophy. Don't be scared, please. Don't be scared. Don't wince. Don't scream. Most folks are like, Christian, why are you doing that? Calm down. Hey, calm down. It's all right. It's all right. I got a plan. I've been networking, man. I got a plan. Most of you probably know by now, I want to be a political commentator and/or public intellectual as my career. That's my goal. So, in a sense, I'm using my philosophy degree every single day. So we'll just see how things go. I think this is going good so far. I think the channel's going great so far. I am blessed by your patronage. I think that if we keep growing at the rate that we're growing right now, guys, we'll be unstoppable. Just a few weeks ago, I had 1,000 followers. We're almost at 2,000. We're almost at 2,000. Random dude, isn't that negative something? Random dude, look, look, dude, I'm bad at math. Math is my weak point. I'm not good at math. Isn't that negative something? Negative 1? I don't know. Is that even possible? I don't know, man. I don't know. You PhD in advanced math? Okay. All right, you go, man. That's your thing. You go, man. I love you just how you are. Oh, Lord have mercy. I don't know. I don't have a single clue. Not me. My brother just graduated from Princeton. He fancies himself against he has lost the ability to see that Trump stood against. Yeah, I thought isn't it like negative something? Like negative something. I don't know. That was my intuition just talking. He lost the ability to see that Trump stood against China and free speech. Okay, random dude, you're being funny. Thank you. You're hilarious, man. You're hilarious. You're funny, man. Okay, you're funny. No, I mean that's about right. I mean, look, everyone has their own opinions of the president, but in my opinion, it's never been about the president. It's always been about the ideas and the principles that manifest in our political station. So that's what I care about. That's what I care about. And in tonight's video, when I talk about Biden, which I'll record that soon. When I speak about Biden, I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about, like, hey guys, it's not all about. No, not you. Random dude is. Random dude is being funny. Random dude said that I need a Harvard degree. Not you, buddy. Random dude is being funny. I think you're making some good points. No, random dude's just being funny for some reason. I don't know why. But I'm okay with it. I mean, hey, the more humor, the merrier. But no, you're not being funny. Random dude's being funny. But no, I mean, the former president did some good things. No, I've read your message, dude. Calm down. I read your message. I mean, you're not being funny. Not you. I think there's a delay in the stream. No, you're not being funny. It's not you, dude. It's not you. It's definitely not you. It's random dude. Random dude's being funny. No. I think a lot of what you're saying is right. I think a lot of what you're saying is right, and I have no problem with what you said. No problem. I was not laughing at you. So, calm down. It's all right. Not you. Not you. Don't take it the wrong way, please. You're not you. Not you. Okay? Are we okay with rallying the tyrants? Are we okay? Still live. Yeah, I'm still live, dude. I love it, man. Look, I love it. I love it every moment of it. Why not? I love being live. Why not? Why not? But no, I think we had a misconception. I was not saying that Random Dude was being funny. No, I was not saying that Rebellion of Tyrants was being funny. I was saying that Random Dude was being funny. How'd your exam go, Ben? What topic was it in? They wanted about the person, not the policies. Trump's, yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of what he did was fine. Some of it I don't agree with. Other things I do. Like any other president, I treat Trump as any other president. A lot of what he did was fine. Some of it I didn't like, but some of it I did. I treat him like any other president. I don't. That's quite a long conversation, Random Dude. It depends on the context. Are you trolling, dude? Are you trolling? Or are you serious? Yeah, stats, all that kind of stuff, not my strong suit. Not good at it. Not good at it, man. I really hope Rebellion of Tyrants didn't take offense. I wasn't even addressing him or her or whatever. Hope that they're okay. Hope that they're okay. Again, guys, if you want to talk to me on the stream, join my Discord and come talk to me in the general chat. Cause like I wanna talk to you guys. And Carson, if you're listening, you can come back if you want to. We liked having you. Michael Savage, Ben? Michael Savage? I haven't heard from Michael Savage in a long time. Is that guy still around? People talk about Rush Limbaugh. Michael Savage is one of the most prominent voices in all of conservative talk radio. I don't hear about him very much. Is he still around? Random Dude. Where's your muffin? Okay. Okay, man. You're funny, dude. Yeah, Michael Savage is everywhere, Rob. He's in Ireland, England, everywhere. There's a song called Savage. Look, dude, I told you I don't listen. I don't listen to this rap stuff. I don't. Is it a rap song? I don't listen to rap, dude. The last rap song I listened to was that Biggie Smalls. If you don't know, now you know. You know very well. Anyway. Christian, what do you think the meaning of life is? Oh, wow. You're asking me. Ugh. I know what the meaning of my life is. I know what my life means. I know what my life. The meaning of my life is simply to be in the connection, to be in conjunction with reality, and to understand who I am in light of what is real. So ultimately, the meaning of my life is to strive for the truth. And for me, that truth is found in Christ. That's the meaning of my life. What's the meaning of life in general? Philosophers have been debating that for years, centuries. So I don't know. I think there's a value to life, yes, and that value can confer meaning. But I think when the word meaning is said, we kind of use that to inform our objectives. And I think that's going to be a circumstantial thing. So yeah, I think that life does have value overall, yes. And there are certain things that we can deduce from that. But I'm not sure I'd be comfortable saying, no, this is the meaning of life in general. That's my thought. That's my personal thought. But again, I must advertise this, my friends. If you want to come talk to me on the stream for the last hour or so, just come into my Discord server, and you can access that with the link in the description box below, and come into the general chat, and we'll have a conversation on the stream. On the stream, man. On the stream. You know very well. And so, I intend to primarily... I typically do my streams every Wednesday, and yeah, that's how it's going to work. I'm going to be doing my streams every Wednesday. But today, I just had a free day, so I'm like, why not do a stream? You're free. I've been going on since how long? Since like 2 o'clock? I've been going on for a long while. And guess what? I could keep going on stuff too. Joni Johnson. She's an amazing political commentator and knows the half... Okay, who is that lady? I don't know who she is. Brilliant, Wendy. Brilliant. No, Whitney. Excuse me. Whitney, not Wendy. Whitney. Brilliant. Okay, who is this lady? Okay. Sonny Johnson. Sonny Johnson. Let's see what's going on here. Sonny Johnson. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna investigate her a little bit more. I don't see a YouTube channel for her, unfortunately, but I'm gonna investigate her a little bit more. She seems interesting. Hotep Jesus had her on. Hotep Jesus. He's a mess, man. Hotep Jesus. Jesus, mercy. Hotep Jesus. I'm gonna probably interact with some of the more non-Afrocentric Black conservatives before I interact with them, more Afrocentric ones. Because look, Afrocentrism, in my opinion, is not something that I like. I think that to have a value system predicated upon a continent and a sort of like shared destiny is nonsense. It smothers your individuality. So I don't. This is not something that I do. And I promise you, a lot of Afrocentrists would hate me. I promise you they would. Who's Karen Hunter? I have no idea. Who are these people, guys? I don't know who these people are. Karen Hunter. Oh. No, actually, I've looked at her page before. Okay. Okay. Steve Malzberg? Wow, she worked with Steve Malzberg? Wow. She wrote a publishing company? Okay. Wow. Okay. Well, she has had an accomplished career. Well, that's great. Mike Nefescent? I don't know who that is. You guys are telling me all kind of people who I have no clue of. Not know these people. Hell, I didn't know. Well, look, I'm gonna have to. My very next interview or collaboration is going to be with what is it? It's gonna be with you know, it's gonna be with Eric July, or hopefully it will be. That's the goal, at least. Eric July. Eric July. We like Eric July, so we're gonna try to get into his, get on his stuff and talk to him a little bit, because, again, I want Gothic's Eye and Eric July to have a conversation, because it's important for different thinking African Americans to talk about this stuff, and do so in a way that is going to smash these incorrect paradigms. Benjamin Boyce, I know Benjamin Boyce. I know that I do know. I do know Benjamin Boyce. Yep. I do know Benjamin Boyce. Yep. I also know the amazing Lucas. You guys know who that is? Who I don't now. I don't understand the amazing Lucas personally. I don't. That guy needs some help. He has so many misunderstandings. Maybe I could talk to him. That'd be contentious as hell. That'd be very contentious, actually. But that's what brings in content, right? Contention. I don't know. But as I said before, guys, if you want to talk to me on the stream, I am on the Discord general chat, and you can access that through the description box. And I would love to talk to you guys. Again, I love interacting with you guys. I don't just see you guys as numbers or... No, you guys are people that take your time to watch me, and I'm blessed because of that. Thank you. My first stream, I didn't get above 10... Oh yeah, Gothics and Eric have done stuff together. Yep. Oh yeah. Yes, sir. So yeah, I'm gonna go for a few more minutes, and I'm gonna go off because I got a video to do tonight. And I haven't done today's video. I got some studying to do as well. So we'll some light studying, of course. So we're gonna cut off in a little bit here. Okay. Yeah, I saw it, Ben. I'll get to it next time. Okay. I'm gonna watch it, of course, next time on stream. I'll get to it. Look, I like what is his name? I like Remy. He's funny. I met him one time at FeeCon. He's funny. Carson, why don't you come on for the last 10-15 minutes of the stream, and why don't you come on and talk, Carson? Why don't you do it? People liked you at the beginning of the stream. Come back on. Baby, come back. Baby, come back. Oh my gosh. Baby, come back. The baby, come back to me. That's a funny song. But yeah, why don't, I'm going to probably go on for 15 more minutes, Carson. Why don't you come back on? I would love to talk more to you. Any thoughts on Brett Weinstein and Heather Hines? I love how they apply evolutionary biology to assuming you may know them. No, I know Brett and Eric. I know them from the from their involvement in the what is it? In the intellectual dark web. And both of them, Eric and Brett, are genius. They are genius people. Look, I'm not sure that I would have very much to add in a conversation between Eric and Brett Weinstein, or a conversation with Eric or Brett Weinstein. I'm familiar with Heather Hines as well. I'm just not sure. Maybe I'm wrong. Perhaps I'm wrong. If they wanted to have me on their show, I would love to. I mean, but yeah, I'm going to watch now. I'm going to watch. You guys have kind of convinced me. Fine, I'll watch. I'll watch. Don't worry. I got you. Ben asks, any theories why Joe Biden hasn't done the State of the Union? I don't want to speculate. I don't think he has the mental aptitude to do it. Did you see that town hall he did like a week ago? The guy is having trouble. There is that Kamala is now taking his calls with foreign. The guy is having serious trouble keeping it together, and I feel bad for him. You can't expect someone, who someone just come in the Discord chat. You can't expect someone.
Yes, hello.
Carson, finally, thank you. Jesus Christ, man, I'm trying to twist your arm, get back on for a long time. You can't just expect someone who is getting close to dementia age and who has been around since like the 60s and 70s to be all sharp as a tack right now, which is part of the reason why he should have never been the Democratic nominee. Opinions on Sam Harris. Sam Harris is brilliant, man. Now, I don't agree with him. I don't agree with the atheism and stuff like that, but I think that he is a brilliant guy. I think that he is very interested in the pursuit of truth. I think that he cuts through a lot of the noise, a lot that is present and endemic to academic philosophy. I think that having a neuroscience person in philosophy is a very interesting combination. So yeah, no, I think Sam Harris is a brilliant man. And again, I would adore being able to go and talk to him, too. But I mean, I just don't. Carson, you tell me, Carson, what can Christian Watson bring to a conversation with Sam Harris or Brett and Eric Weinstein? What can I bring? I'm just curious about that. You tell me.
I mean, intellectualism, philosophy, like, right? Isn't that your thing?
Yeah, but I think Eric and Brett Weinstein and Sam Harris have enough intellectualism between all three of them to like Christian Watson. I mean,
I don't really necessarily agree with that, because I think an important thing is also different perspectives, right? Like, because of people's individual nature, you're going to have different perspectives for each and every single person, which means even if someone is incredibly well versed and well read and incredibly intellectual, it doesn't mean they're not going to have anything to learn from someone else. Even if that person might not know as much as them, they can still learn a lot from them.
Oh, okay. That sounds reasonable to a certain extent. Look, I mean, if Brett and Eric Weinstein or Sam Harris, if I ever cross paths with them, I won't say no to talking to them. But it'd be like, okay, guys, you guys have been in the game for like 30, 40 years. Christian Watson's kind of like the new kid on the block. What can I do that you guys haven't heard already? That's the question, right?
Yeah. And like I said, I think a lot of it just is going to come down to your unique perspective,
Interesting. Okay. Hey, we'll see how things go. We'll see. James Lindsay is on fire. I'm talking to James. In fact, I need to follow up on that email. I'm trying to get James on my show very soon. We've been talking. I love James Lindsay. I love James Lindsay. I'm trying to get him on my show very soon. I love James Lindsay. He's wonderful. He is the foremost scourge of critical race theory bullshit. Excuse the language, but that's just what he is. He takes it down brilliantly. So we love James Lindsay. I love him. We love him. I've watched that interview before, Ben, and I think Shapiro struggled, obviously. But they had a nice conversation. I just don't know. He does, but it's all right. We love James anyway. We love him for who he is. He's a wonderful guy. He's a wonderful lad. We love him for who he is. There was this one, and I can't believe I keep bringing this up. Nate Hotchman, this academic guy,
Oh, that guy.
student like me, he attacked James Lindsay. He said that James Lindsay. Actually, let me. Why do I keep talking about Nate Hotchman? There's something wrong with me. Let me.
We can change the topic for you if you like.
No. Ben, change it in a moment. But I gotta mention this because James Lindsay's on our hearts and our minds, and I'm gonna talk about James Lindsay. Okay, alrighty. Okay, so here we go. Nate Hotchman, who is a political writer, said this about James Lindsay. He said, the right's approach to fighting the woke regime cannot be the petty victimhood and grievance politics of conceptual James and his counterparts. Lindsay's approach is performative and shallow. It's also politically ineffective. If that's the best we can do, we will lose. But first of all, the right is not a monolith. It is a loose collection of loosely associated ideas. That's number one. Number two, there is nothing wrong with using your experience as the foundation for your search for truth in any academic context. The problem is when you use your experience as an argument. You don't do that. So my experience with critical race theory informs how I became aware of it. Conceptual James uses a priori logical reasoning to explain why he doesn't like critical race theory. So how is that petty? How is that victimhood? How is that grievance? The guy has encountered this ideology, this toxic, disgusting ideology, time and time again, and for him to confront it is nothing of the sort. And also, when you throw around words like performative and shallow, what does that even mean? That in itself is performative and shallow because you're not defining what you mean. So, James Lindsay says back to him, you don't even know what or who you're talking about, and it's hilarious. And Nate responds back, I should probably add being highly sensitive, very online, and prone to picking fights with college students who say critical things on the internet to the above list of things that the right should not do in their fight against wokeness. As James pointed out, Nate Hotchman is the college student who picked a fight with him. You see how these things go? What did Janet Jackson say? That's the way love goes? That's the way love goes. Well, this is the way hate goes, guys. This is the way derision goes. And it makes me mad. Because you guess what? I have faced the similar kind of pretension from academic writers who deride my work because it's not a 6,000-word article in an academic journal. James Lindsay is a great, well-researched work on critical race theory. He has read probably more about the subject than academics have. He spent hundreds of hours studying this stuff. And for someone to hit him like this without backing up their point, that makes me mad. So, we love James Lindsay.
Want to know how
James
many
Lindsay.
6,000-word articles I've read in academic journals?
No. And look, I have nothing against. I have nothing personal. I have nothing personal against Nate Hotchman. Nate Hotchman is a traditionalist conservative guy. He is on the right. He's not woke. But I think Nate Hotchman thinks that his way of doing things is better than James Lindsay's way. Because James Lindsay doesn't do the things like the way he does. So, I have nothing personal against Nate Hodgman. I'm telling you guys this. Edward, I have nothing personal against him, man. But I have something against deriding people because they're not playing by your rules. James Lindsay has smashed the rules. They have to be an academic to be influential. He's ripped that apart, even though I think he's like a PhD in math or whatever. But anyway, he has ripped that veil. The veil is what poisons our ability to see things clearly. And the veil was ripped when he got into the game. Dr. Borchenko, who is an organizational psychologist, she ripped the veil as well. And guess what? I'm ripping the veil apart as well. There is wool over the eyes of men who conceive that effectiveness can only be meaningful when it comes from the hallowed halls of academia. That is a lie, and we rebuke it, and we're going to fight it. So yes, I get very mad when I see crap like that. Nate Hodgman is a nice guy. Nice guy. Not saying a word about him. But when you say, oh, he's not doing it my way, therefore he's bad, I got a problem with you. You better correct yourself. Excuse me. Carson, you still there?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Because I see so much of myself in that, man. You know me. I see so much of myself. I see so much of myself in that criticism.
Yeah, I mean, it's a blatantly flawed criticism as well.
It is. But guess what? I write 6,000 word articles. I am very fancy. I'm buttoned up. I am very fancy, and I speak in an accent, and I have ascended to the upper echelons of academic knowledge, and I have the right to tell you what you can do and what you cannot do and what you can say, and I am the most valid voice ever, and I sound like that's what it is about. Forget button up my shirt. Good, that's terrible. God's sakes. That's what it's about. That's the mentality. But the veil is gone, man. I'm sorry. Gothics, Eric July, James Lindsay, Colin Borchenko, The Walkaway, they are ripping the veil apart. They're saying, I don't have to be a PhD from Harvard. I don't have to be someone at a college doing stuff to have an impact, to have a voice. Hey, Buckley. Look, Buckley himself, even though he seemed like an academic, Buckley he had no PhD behind his name. He had an undergraduate education. That's it. And there are a lot of academics who back then and today still deride William F. Buckley for being as smart as he was and being as logical as he was without having a PhD. So I'm sorry, but if you discount someone's work because it's not like yours, then forget that, man. I have nothing personal against Nate Hodgman. I have nothing personal against Nate Hodgman. Nothing, not a damn thing. But I do have something personal against elitism. Carson, speak before I go on a rant. Carson.
Yes.
Before I go on a rant.
I mean,
man.
no, yeah, that's the thing is, people need to understand that intellectualism is different than elitism, right? Than basically thinking that you're better than everyone else. Or that the method by which you go about doing things is better than everyone else's.
Right.
Now it might be, who knows? If you want to compare, I got this many clicks because of this method or whatever, you can do that or whatever. But it's honestly, it's remedial and it's not important. It's pathetic, honestly. There's no.
That's right.
There's no use in comparing methods. Now, if you want to talk about ethics, if you want to talk about morals, those are things that there is a use in comparing
That's
those.
right.
There's an objective reason to
That's right.
compare those.
That's right.
Which is to improve our ethics and our moral
That's right.
systems. But when you're comparing basically, oh, I did it this way.
That's right.
Well, I cut my sandwich diagonally. No, I cut it this way. Who cares? You're
Right.
still cutting your sandwich.
Carson gets it, man. You get it. You
Yeehaw.
understand it. There are so many people who think because they get published in National Review that they are the best of the best.
Yeah, exactly.
I have not been published in National Review. I don't care where you've been published. What are you saying? Paul Krugman's been published in the New York Times. I wouldn't trust him to manage my money if he was the last man on earth. I wouldn't trust Krugman with my money, with anything, if he was the last economist living. I'd sooner trust a dolphin. Or something, some new age symbol for wealth or whatever. I'd sooner go over to them and say, hey, Mr. Dolphin, can you balance my checkbook for me? Well, if I can't do that, I'm in trouble anyway, aren't I? Hey, Mr. Dolphin, can you make a spreadsheet for me, please? And help me. I'd sooner hire a dolphin whisperer to help me than I would Paul Krugman. Jesus Christ. Have mercy on my soul. Anyway, so that's my problem with this stuff. We love James Lindsay. And James Lindsay himself told me, he's like, Christian, this happens to me all the time. Man, why? Do people think that you have to have some sort of... And James Lindsay, he was in a hearing the other day in New Hampshire with Dr. Karlin Borshenko. And we love Karlin Borshenko, don't we, Carson? Don't we?
Yes, we do.
We love her. So he was in a hearing with her in New Hampshire, and he said a congressperson said, "Hey, do you have any qualifications to be speaking about critical race theory? What is your degree in?" I'm like, huh? Lindsay body slammed that answer. He said, I have spent hundreds of hours studying this. I have created a website. You can go see you can see proof of this. I have written article after article. I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. You don't have to be some PhD. You don't have to have a degree. You don't have to be loved by the intelligentsia to have an impact. And damn the mentalities that say you do. Damn them.
Oh, exactly.
Damn
exactly.
them.
I mean, like we can pull up an incredible amount of intellectuals, many of whom have like created life-changing innovations for the world.
Right.
Who never went to college and like who literally were entirely self-educated.
Right.
Those people have changed the world so much. So
right.
I mean, think about let's go ahead and do this. Think about how many people go to college and graduate from college each year.
Right.
And then think about how many people who are making genuine changes to the world. And then find the difference in those amounts, because
right.
there is not everyone who goes to college makes a change, just like not everyone who doesn't go to college is incapable of being intellectual.
Right. Right.
And it's the same way, with these people like what's that called, who believe you have to present your intellectualism in a certain way.
Yeah, like Mr. Hodgman says.
You do not have to present your intellectualism in any specific way. If you present ideas in a logical, concise manner, it does not matter how you present those ideas
right.
outside of that.
Right. And look, I don't think he's a bad person. Nate Hochman's not a bad person. I just think when he attacked James Lindsay, that was a wrong thing to do. On those grounds, that's wrong, man. That's wrong. On those grounds? No. If you want to criticize his methodology or, how his understanding of the issues, fine. But you go into this sort of ad hominem attack? No, man. Nah. Nope.
Exactly.
No, sir.
Also, I do want to say I agree with the person in chat. I like my sandwiches cut diagonal as well.
I don't know how you cut a sandwich. I cut them up down the middle. Whatever. Is that whatever? I don't know, man. But
The imposter is among us.
No, oh Jesus Christ! Hey, I cut him. Hey, there's a sandwich. There's a knife. I can see the middle of it. Chop, chop. Damn, damn. I mean, there you go. Right? No. Okay. Thanks.
Oh dear.
Okay.
So when are you doing an Among Us live stream?
Among Us. You mean that crazy movie that about the post-apocalyptic stuff? Or
No.
what the hell is Among Us?
You can look it up after this.
Among Us is an
I've
online.
never actually played it, but I just know
multiplayer.
what I mean.
Oh, look. Okay. Christian
Yeah,
Watson.
I haven't played it either.
Christian Watson, will never, ever, ever do a political commentary live stream that involves gaming. I'm not doing that.
Oh well, that's out the window.
I don't think he meant that you have to politically analyze the game.
No. I mean, like, a lot of political people will.
Bosh Destiny.
Yeah, they'll talk about
It's
politics while
on.
playing the game. And we're not going to do that. No, sir.
I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, we're not doing that, buddy. No, thank you, no sir. Signing off. So glad I discovered you all. Thank you. I look forward to watching you grow, and I hope to attend one of your public speaking events in the future. Hey, if we ever get to that point, Jacob, and I'm hoping we get to that point within 2 years or so. That's my goal. I hope so. I hope so, man. I hope so. I would be happy. I would be happy. Just like the Beach Boys. Wouldn't it be nice? Da 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 da. Carson, do you know the Beach Boys?
I wish I could say I did.
The Beach Boy, Carson, the Beach Boys. I wish they all could be California. No, wouldn't it be nice?
No, I can't.
Wouldn't
I can't
it be
say I
nice? Da da. Wouldn't it be nice if we were older? Then you wouldn't have to wait so long. Wouldn't it be nice, Carson?
Oh, I think I've heard that one.
Together. Come on.
I've heard Beach Boys before.
Round, round, get around. I get around. Yeah, get
Yeah,
around.
everyone knows
Ooh,
that one.
ooh, ooh.
I don't know that one.
I get around. Oh my gosh. I've been bug driving
Christian,
up and
I
down. Yeah, go on.
have a question about, because recently I think you wrote about Nietzsche for an essay. Is that correct?
Yes.
Which text were you reading? And I'm curious if you wanted to talk about that by any chance.
If you want to, yeah. We're going to get off in like a few minutes, but if you want to, we can have a quick conversation about it. We're talking about
Because I read a little of Birth of Tragedy and then some of his other stuff too.
Okay, I've not read Birth of Tragedy. I have read Genealogy of Morals.
Okay, Birth of Tragedy is pretty much where you
and thus book.
he it's like before he found out Wagner was an anti-Semite via his one of his wives.
Yeah.
And then he was just like obsessing over the opera pretty much.
Yeah.
And criticizing Socrates.
Yeah. Yeah, Nietzsche. Yeah, sorry, go on.
But I wanted to question you on the topic of morality, which obviously you have a strong position on. Being, I would say, conservative Christian is definitely it's cliche. So I won't because it's too general. But coming from a religious background, you definitely have a strong opinion on morality.
Well, but let me stop you there. I don't think my religion informs. So my spiritual beliefs inform the structure of my morality, but my morality does not come from my spiritual beliefs. This is going to be a controversial opinion for many Christians, because many folks believe morality comes from God. That's a plausible answer. I think, for me, it's a little bit more nuanced. So, I don't oppose.
So would you be willing to kind of make an essay video on your form of morality?
Sure.
Because,
yes.
I mean, I agree that it's good to have
sure. Yes.
different styles, and it shouldn't be so all or nothing.
Sure. Yes. Yeah, and I think that I'm gonna do that one day, of course, because I think so. My opposition to Nietzschean morality does not come from a Christian sensibility, and I don't think that you have to be a Christian to have. And you're not saying this, of course, but I don't think one has to be a Christian to have serious concerns about Nietzsche. I mean, when he's basically estimating all the value of morality on the will to power and how strong you can get, and he says that the man who is the strongest man is the super individual, who is super moral, the sovereign individual, excuse me, who is super moral and transvalues all values, and he doesn't really care. And then thus spoke Zarathustra. He has like the three stages: the child, the lion, and the other thing. And like he's basically saying that to get to become the strong person, the super individual, blood will be spilled. I think that's just some concerning stuff, man. That's I happen to think, and I critique that more from a deontological standpoint, because I don't think that in any case it is ever okay to estimate your value as a human being above other human beings. I think all human beings have objective value to them.
Right.
So
right.
That,
yeah, no, I'm not saying, like, I don't come from a standpoint of, for lack of a better word, a Nietzsche simp. I'm not
Right.
like
Oh,
I don't consider myself like 100% supporter of it, but I think some of the ideas, the contrarian aspect of his
Sure.
philosophy is definitely interesting.
Yeah, no, sure. I think that if you appreciate Nietzsche as a contrarian, as someone who kind of rebelled against so many years of philosophy and who kind of rewrote the book, that's valuable. And that will always be valuable. And guess what? Not everything Nietzsche said is evil. Not everything Nietzsche said is evil or wrong or bad. And I think that he has some valuable points that we can all learn from. So yeah, I'm gonna do a video about my morality system. I should probably do that.
I'm definitely not an expert on it. I'm sure, like, Sigmund, I believe.
You mean
I'm
Zygmunt? Oh my, he's gonna
Zygmunt. I'm sorry.
he's gonna handle me when he talks to me, man. I swear, he's gonna handle me, man.
I think he's the Nietzsche
Oh,
expert,
Jesus,
but I just found it interesting, and I think
Oh,
it would,
Jesus.
it's definitely relevant to the
No, look,
morality discussion.
yeah. In all seriousness, I would love to talk to Zygmunt about Nietzsche on the stream. I wouldn't mind. I don't mind. But yeah, that's my very short opinion about Nietzsche. That's my very.
Someone asked in the chat, what was your favorite sitcom?
The Nanny, probably. I love that show. The Nanny. The Nanny. It was a show back in the '90s with Fran Drescher as the lead star. Basically about this nanny who goes to this upper class British family's house in New York and helps them out as the nanny, and eventually falls for Maxwell Sheffield, the guy who what is it? The guy who runs the household, the father. It's a very wholesome and great sitcom, in my opinion. So the nanny is pretty good. Now that's from the '90s, so you probably have a sense that I don't really have a lot of experience with the modern age. Even though I'm a product of the modern age, I don't have much experience with it because, well, I mean, a lot of the stuff on television today is trash, to be honest with you. What 2 words, Whitney? What 2 words, Whitney? This is the last call, guys. In the last few minutes of the stream, if you want to come on and chat with me, the Discord link is in the description down below. Just log on, join the Discord, and now be in the general chat. We can have a conversation. It can be about whatever you want it to be about, too. Don't worry about any of that kind of stuff. It can be about whatever you want to be about. I don't mind. Just like Phil Collins, I don't mind. I won't take you home, but I won't. But I don't. It's a good song too. Take me home. I don't remember. Okay, Estetiso. I'm sorry, I'm mispronouncing that. Yeah, it is. It is pretty empty, Rob. I'm about to close out, but if you guys want to talk to me on the stream again, Discord's right there. I'll be on for about 15 more minutes. Who is my favorite superhero? Okay, this is a fun question. Actually, okay. It's a tie between two people. You guys are going to laugh at one of these. Okay. Okay. You guys are going to laugh at me so hard. Okay. This is my favorite superhero. You're going to think this is funny. It's not funny. I actually like Mighty Mouse. I have several Mighty Mouse comic books. I love the cartoons. I actually really enjoy Mighty Mouse. I'm not joking. Not joking. I'm not joking with you. I actually enjoy Mighty Mouse. I love Mighty Mouse. I'm sorry. That's just one of my favorite superheroes. The other one is a lady here. This is one. Mighty Mouse. The other one is this lady called Zatanna. She is a DC Universe magician. Let me try to avoid the risque pictures. But I think she is brilliant. Zatanna. She is a magician, and she uses her powers by speaking backwards. So, that is my favorite superhero. Mighty Mouse and Zatanna are tied for number 1. So that's me, guys. That's me. Sorry if it seems weird. That 20-year-old boy loves Mighty Mouse. I'm sure you guys understand why I like Zatanna. Because she's cool. So, that's, yeah, so Zatanna and Mighty Mouse are my favorite superheroes. Yeah, Mighty Mouse has been around for a long time. Tell me what you want. 60s, I think. Mighty Mouse watch party, full Christian Oh my gosh. I should do a philosophical analysis of Mighty Mouse, shouldn't I? I should do a philosophical analysis. I'm not joking. I should turn on a Mighty Mouse episode and do a philosophical analysis of that. Oh my gosh. Oh dear. That would be hilarious. Okay, who just joined the
Back. I joined back.
Oh, hi Ben. Yeah, I love Zatanna. Mighty Mouse. Underdog's pretty awesome
This
too.
is up your alley.
What's up my alley? What's going on?
Your opinions on AI. There's a lot of discussions of it in philosophical circles.
Yeah. Okay. So, at the essence of those discussions about artificial intelligence, we have to ask ourselves, what does it mean to be human? Is having features of a human being, having sentience, is that enough to be human? Aristotle believed that the human is defined from the sensitive and the from the sensitive and the vegetative soul through rationality. And it appears as if AIs can be rational actors. And they also can have the sensitive soul. They can have feelings. And the vegetative as well. So, a lot of people contend, hey, even by these standards, these people are human. These people are something very much like humans. But their essence isn't human, though. It's artificial. And I don't think that playing copycat is a very good way of making yourself part of the definition of a human being. The principal definition of a human being does not change because our natures are fundamentally unchanging. What a human being is what a human being is. So no matter how sentient or how much a robot appears to be sentient, robots can never ever be human beings. So that's number one. So go on.
All right, I thought that was your main point. Never mind. Continue.
No. There's more. Of course, there's more about that. I think a lot of the conversation around AI deals with the potential risk to human industriousness. And this is not, I mean, you can have this risk independent of doomsday scenarios about the singularity. Because a lot of people believe that when automation comes in and machines become more intelligent and can do more, human beings become more useless. And that's what Andrew Yang's entire thing is. Oh, AI is dangerous for human productivity. I think that's a narrative that's been used for a very long time. But isn't it? The question I have, isn't the genesis of artificial intelligence human activity? Think about it. What they mean is human activity on a larger scale, and fields that seem more consequential to society, like blue collar fields, could be threatened. But I don't think so. I think that it'll be transformed. Even right now, we're seeing stats say that automation is replacing just as many, if not more, jobs than it is taking away. That's a fact. And then you have the part of the conversation around AI that kind of the transhumanism idea that we can transcend our mortal coils, our mortal boundaries, by implementing technology into our being. I find this idea to be very contradictory because it's trying to transcend humanity with an extension of the human consciousness. Any technology that you make is going to be an extension of your consciousness, and it's going to be subject to the exact same faults that you as a human being are subject to. So that's my very, very brief, synopsized view of the conversations around AI and the nature of AI. I very well may do an actual video about it very soon, because transhumanism, believe it or not, is actually an ideology that is associated with libertarians. Transhumanism is associated with libertarians. The head of the American Transhumanist Party, Zoltan Esteban, actually proclaims to be a libertarian. Now, I think that he has fundamentally, I think his conception of the human being is as much against libertarianism as possible. So I might actually, I know what I should do, Ben. I should bring on Zoltan and have a debate or discussion with him about the human being and the nature of the human being. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it?
I think a lot of the modern perception of AI comes from, I guess, now our richest man in the world, Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
And
he has an influence, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, definitely became popular with his topics on Joe Rogan Experience. I think essentially, if I'm not mistaken, his main point is kind of point of concern from an engineer's point of view, because of I guess what some would call a black box, that they're kind of scared at the progress that it's developing at, and there are big tech companies who have a very different version of AI than the regular public is seeing.
Yes.
And it kind of goes into extreme levels, like some of which we would be very surprised and confused by.
Yes.
And you topple that with like quantum computing, and there's like a bunch of things that seem far off, but at the same time, like there are teams working on this, and they're trying to. It's almost like a project that they're trying to contain in many different ways for many different reasons.
Right, and I think that there is a disparity in what should be expected and how soon that time frame should come about, and what is being expected. And I think Musk is right to point that out. I'm actually gonna do an entire video on this topic because you've inspired me now, Ben. You've inspired me because it's interesting. When does efficiency lead to the destruction of what we understand to be human life? When does similarity to the human being become cohesion with the human being? When AI poses a lot of interesting questions, but largely I think technology has been a wonderful thing for a lot of the developing and the developed world, and I think that a lot of people have had to stop doing, very uncomfortable activities because of the advent of new technologies, including technologies that themselves seem semi-autonomous.
If this topic couldn't get even more philosophical, I actually have another layer to add on to this.
Go on.
So we've discussed technology, but then it comes to the question, often with technology, intellectual property. So do you have any opinions on that?
Oh yeah, intellectual property. Okay, so I'm actually quite ambivalent about intellectual property. I don't know what to think about it. Part of me, is not so sure that it exists, or that it should exist in the way that the laws right now, in the form of copyright laws and fair use, make it exist. And part of me understands that Locke's conception of property in the second treatise, which informs my conception of property, can very well justify the existence of intellectual property. So I don't know, Ben. I'll have to get back to you on that.
It is a very complicated one. I did some brief research on it, and you know, among even small individuals of libertarians, they are divided themselves.
Yes, this is a very contentious topic amongst libertarians. I don't know what to think about intellectual property. I'm still going through the ringer on that one. So
I guess I can provide a more pragmatic issue to discuss. Would you be open to phasing out some of our patents?
Yes.
We have a lot of patents.
Yes.
Maybe they're 25 years. Maybe we should make them more like 10
patents.
Or 5 years.
Yep. I would be open to putting sunset dates on patents. Absolutely, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I recommend doing a video talking about how patents give power to big tech.
Oh, they do?
In the initial development.
Yes. Oh, yeah, I should do that.
That's like a conversation that, conservatives obviously are never going to have that conversation. They're never going to talk about obviously I'm generalizing, but you know what I mean.
Right. There are
someone who actually understands, kind of like regulatory capture, government power, government monopolies.
So there are some more traditionalistic conservatives that don't really care about the patent stuff, and then there are some that I think a lot of conservatives though right now are mad, and they should be, because guess what? I mean, a lot of them care about free speech. But a lot of them don't understand that the reason that big tech isn't able to do a lot of this stuff is because they have been using the machinery and the arms of the government to coerce and force their way into inviolability. So I think that's a conversation that is a conversation that needs to be had. That's my personal opinion. I agree with you, Ben. Thank you for giving me more content ideas. I love that. I love that. Okay.
I mean, there's a video on YouTube I came across talking about Amazon's first patent, or one of their first patents.
Yeah.
Essentially gave them dominance in the e-commerce, and this patent was in 2000 when Barnes and Noble sued, or they sued Barnes and Noble, and vice versa. They essentially gained dominance via a single, very simple design of one-click shop now instead of add to cart.
Right.
They patented it among the American tech industry that was booming.
Fascinating. Yeah, I need to look more into that. Yeah. I find it concerning that also that Bill Gates said he's going to encourage GMO meat. Yeah, Bill Gates is something else.
It's actually funny, if I can just quickly say one more thing.
Yeah, go on.
The person mentioned GMO. GMOs actually play a huge role in intellectual property, and Clarence Thomas got in big trouble. He presided, I guess, or maybe presided isn't the right term, but he was part of a case that involved Monsanto, his former employer, which then he became a justice. So that was a big issue and had to do with intellectual property.
Interesting. Send me some links, Ben. I want to look more into this stuff. That could be some good content ideas.
Will do. I'll send you a bunch of them.
Yeah, send me some links, buddy. I appreciate it, buddy. I do. This is the kind of stuff. This is a pensive stream, guys. Because even I'm being pensive now. Shit. This is a pensive. This is what I talk about when I say at the end of my video statement. This is what I mean, man. Thinking and being pensive is an everyday thing. It's an everyday thing, man. You shouldn't just turn it off. You should always be engaged some way. Now, you don't have to be serious all the time, but be engaged. This is a world around you that is full of complexities and wonders. So be engaged. Be engaged, guys. Be engaged. Be engaged. All right, guys. You guys are wonderful for watching, by the way. Thank you. I do these every Wednesday. This is Tuesday today. I made an exception. I do these every Wednesday. So every Wednesday, expect a stream. But like, I'm doing videos. I gotta go so I can do my video for tonight. So I love you guys so much. I'm gonna let you guys say bye to me before I go. But I love you so much. Thank you for watching me for I think we've been out here for 5 or 6 hours now. Thank you. I love you guys. I wouldn't do it for anyone else but you guys. And I have a feeling that in the next few months, this channel is going to blow up. In the next few months, you're going to have... and for those of you who are here right now, I'm going to remember you. Don't worry. But I just have a feeling I was at 1,000 subscribers 2 or 3 days ago. I am getting close to 1,800 now. I am so close to 1,800. I got a feeling that something special is happening, guys. And it's nothing to do with me either. I have no idea what's going on. I'm praying and I'm producing. I'm praying and I'm producing, and things are happening. I have not seen the results that I have seen right now in my entire time on YouTube. I have been doing YouTube for about 7-8 months now. And there was a time where I would make a video, about 5 people would see it for an entire week. About 5 people would see it for an entire week. An entire week. And now I make a video, I put it up. 100 people. 100 views within an hour or 2 hours. That is a blessing, man. Oh my God. You have no idea how humbled and appreciative I am to have your patronage. You've no idea, guys. You've no clue. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It means the world to me. Your support means the world to me. Your being here means the world to me. You're helping a young guy make his dreams come true. You're helping a young guy make his dreams come true. And I love you for that, man. And if I can just provide a little bit of happiness, a little bit of value to you in your lives, just a little bit. If I can just provide a little bit to you guys, I will have believed that my job is done here. Seriously. Because I'm still growing. I'm still learning. I'm still loving. I'm still all the emotions that human beings have swirl through my head on a daily basis, and guess what? That's how it should be. And so I'm so excited. Let me give you a little bit of a story before I let you guys go. I wrote articles for a year and how many months? 5 months? A year and 5 months. That's all I did. I wrote articles for a year and 5 months. That's it. That's it. And I was constantly having my thoughts filtered through other people, editors. And there were so many times where I felt discouraged, defeated, like I could never do what I wanted to do, like I didn't have the potential, the capacity, because I was constantly hitting brick walls. Now, in retrospect, a lot of the criticism that they gave me helped me grow as a writer, but some of it was just nitpicky. And so, over the summer, I was graduated from an organization that I will not name the organization, but I was graduated from the organization, and that organization was what I thought would be my key to success. That organization was what I thought would be my key to the future, because I had seen other individuals go through that same organization and come out on top, come out in so many different, with all kind of followers and stuff. So I'm like, you know what, man? This will be my key to success. Well, they let me go last summer. And I thought to myself, I'm over. Christian, you need to go to law school now. Go be a doctor. Go do something like that. You're done, man. You're done. It was a nice ride. You can, when you're in your 40s, you can look back and tell your kids or whatever, hey guys, I used to do this writing stuff. Now, I had started Pensive by this time as well, but it wasn't doing it. What was I? I wasn't doing anything. It was like, It wasn't going too far. But then I thought to myself, you know what, Christian? It wasn't the organization that gave you your ability to do this kind of stuff. It wasn't the building that you were in that gave you your ability to... It wasn't them, Mr. Watson. They're not the ones who manifested those articles. They're not the ones who manifested your thoughts. It was never them, Mr. Watson. So I said, you know what? I'm going to go about this alone. I'm going to do it by myself. And I will make it. I had a lot of people in my life who were scared. So they said, Christian, man, I'm not sure about this. This is a risk, man. This is a gamble. This is sketchy, man. I want you to be okay. And they said it because they cared about me. And I love that. But I'm so happy I didn't listen to them. I began making videos. You guys can go back to my older stuff. It had no graphics. It was just me with the webcam talking. It was like very, very low quality visuals, but high quality stuff. And I'm like, yeah, no one's going to watch this crap. This can't go viral. I make a few videos about critical race theory. Someone says, hey, you, go talk to this lady called Dr. Carlin Borshenko. Just go talk to her. You'd be good. I'm like, okay. I emailed Dr. Borshenko. I keep emailing her because I don't get a response back immediately. For months I keep emailing her. She comes to Atlanta. She responds to me. Says, Christian, I will get to you. Thank you for emailing me. Hope comes in my eyes. She comes to Atlanta in November. I get in my car and I drive up to Atlanta. And I meet her in person. A week or so later, we have the live stream where I go on and I talk about critical race theory. And after that live stream, my subscribers jumped by 400 or 500. My podcast listenership went up. I began interviewing people like Scott Baio and Marianne Williamson, which were just this past month. And I was working out. I used to work as a waiter. I was working my job as a waiter when someone told me, Christian, check your YouTube channel. Before Borshenko, it was like 300 people or whatever, or 200 or whatever. I checked my channel after that, and tears began coming down my eyes when I saw it go from like 200 to 500. I mean, even talking about it right now, it gets me a little bit emotional. Tears began coming down my eyes. I was like, oh my God, what's happening? And it just kept going up. It kept going up and up. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little emotional right now. It kept going up. And I'm like, damn it. Christian, this is why you never give up. This is why you never stop pursuing your dreams. This is why right here. Excuse me. I'm getting a little bit emotional. Excuse me. Christian, this is why you don't stop. You don't do that. This is why you keep pushing on. No matter what happens, no matter who may abandon you, no matter who's with you, no matter who, this is why you keep going on. This is why you keep doing it. And it wasn't about the numbers. It was about the fact that I saw that was making an impact. So I kept pushing. 2 weeks ago, I signed a contract with a media company, a brick and mortar media company. And I'm now a part of their network. My podcast is. And the opportunities for growth are going to be enormous. A few days ago, a girl named Gothix let little old me on her stream. And since then, I have been racing towards 2,000. There's something so special about persistence, my friends. There's something so special about keeping the fight on. When I sit up here and talk about philosophy, I mean that crap. I mean it. I don't just mean it to feel good. I mean it. You manifest your own destiny. You own that stuff. Don't let anyone take away from you. And so now I'm just sitting here with you guys, and I'm thinking about how I felt a year ago. A year ago in February, I 2 days ago, 3 days ago this year, I started Pensive Politics. But I had on my mind was, okay, Christian, there's a virus coming to America. What are you gonna do, man? I mean, you just got laid off from your job. I mean, you don't have any money. This organization that you're in has told you in January that they're going to dump you and they're going to graduate you in summer. Like, just thinking back to where I was a year ago and to where I am now. If I, during June, had given up, I would not. There would be no Christian Watson with Gothics. There would be no Christian Watson with Karlin Boroshenko. You have to keep going. You have to keep going. You have to. I don't care what your ambition is. Hopefully it's a good ambition. Don't hopefully you're not trying to be a anyway, hopefully it's a good ambition, but still. You've got to keep going, dude. You have to. I don't care who you are. You have to. Because know that. I love you guys. And what in your support, just you watching, means the world to me. Every one of you, I don't care who you are, and this is going to sound cliched, but every one of you have gifts. Every one of you has a gift. You have to find a way to identify that gift and then use it. Every one of you has a gift. And there's going to be times where you feel hurt. There's going to be times where you feel lost. There's going to be times where you feel confused. There's going to be times where you're like, is this worth it? There's going to be times where you're like, you know what, man, let me go do something else. There's going to be times where you get down in the grime and the dirt. I don't care. Man, the world needs you. Believe it or not. Even if you don't think people do, the world needs you, man. There's no one on this earth with your metaphysical DNA. Not a single damn person. So, thank God I didn't give up. Thank God I didn't give up. Thank God I didn't give up. Because I would not be here talking to you guys. I'd be working at some fast food joint, trying to make it until I get to graduate school, then continuing to work at those places, and then trying to make it until I get to whatever profession I was, and trying to pay off hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. I mean, that's what happened to me. But no, not me. Not Christian Watson, man. If that's for you guys, and you want that, and you want to be able to go, hey, there are people that do great jobs being in those professions. But I found what works for me, and then when you find what works for you, you'll be just fine. Think on it, okay? As always, my friends, I love you to death. I mean that with all my heart. If you want to talk to me personally or whatever, off the record or whatever, or on stream, anytime, go to the Discord link in the description. Press it. Join the chat, please. Join the chat. You guys joining Discord, even if you have to make an account, please, I want to interact with you. Please join the chat. Email me, officialcwatson@gmail.com. That is good for either supporting me financially or emailing me, either one. I don't mind, either one. Because I want to connect with you guys. I want to. So I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for watching. And as I always say, I'll let you guys say it for me. If you've watched me for a long time, you know what I say when I end my stuff. So as I always say before I end my stuff, say it, guys. Say it, guys. Let's see how well you guys listen. I'll give you a hint. It begins with the word S. Stay. I'm waiting. I'm not going to end until at least one of you say it. One of you has to say it. One of you has to say it. Stay. No, not stay classy. No, Whitney. No. No, Whitney. It's not stay classy. No, not that. There we go, buddy. There we go, guys. There we go. That's right. That's right, guys. That's right. You mean that. You mean that. You mean that. Stay pensive. Stay pensive, my friends. Calvin, reach out to me, okay, buddy? Reach out to me. I appreciate your interest in me, your interest in the channel. Reach out, email or Discord. Reach out, okay? Thank you so much for being here, buddy. I appreciate it. Stay pensive, guys. I love you guys so much. I love you guys so much. Please have a good rest of your Tuesday. Please have a good rest of your week. There will be a video out tonight. There will be a video out tonight, I promise you, about Joe Biden. So have a good rest of your night, guys, and please